Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The mist came first, as it always did in the East Anglian fens. It rolled across the marshland like something living, something patient, curling around the brittle reeds that stood sentinel in the shallow waters. The air tasted of peat and cold water, of autumn decay and the salt that travelled inland from the distant North Sea. Underfoot the ground held that peculiar softness of fenland soil, neither quite earth nor quite water, but something in between, something that remembered when all of this had been ocean floor centuries upon centuries ago. The year was 1894, and the village of Fenbrook clung to the edge of this ancient landscape, the way a barnacle clings to a ship's hull, stubbornly necessarily with the knowledge that survival here required a certain quality of endurance. The houses hunched low against the wind, their thatched roofs dark with age and damp, their windows small and suspicious. Smoke drifted from chimneys in thin, reluctant streams, as if even fire was hesitant to draw attention to itself in this place, where the land conspired with the sky to make everything grey, everything quiet, everything half hidden. But there was beauty here too for those who knew how to see it. The way the light moved across the water at dawn, turning the marshes into hammered silver. The calls of the marsh birds, bitterns and redshanks and curlews, that spoke in voices older than human memory. The patterns the wind made in the reeds, like cursive writing in a language no one could quite read. The fens were a place of secrets, yes, but they were also a place of stubborn, enduring life, where eels slithered through black water and wild geese gathered in clouds that darkened the sky. Tonight, though, the mist was particularly thick, and the villagers of Fenbrook had learned to mistrust thick mist. In the public house, The Drowned Man, which said something about the local sense of humour, or perhaps something about their relationship with optimism, a fire crackled in the hearth with more enthusiasm than the patrons showed in their conversations. The flames cast dancing shadows across the low-beamed ceiling, and the scent of burning peat mixed with the yeasty warmth of ale and the faint perpetual smell of damp wool that clung to everyone who lived this close to the marsh. Thomas Wiccan, who had fished these waters for 43 years and whose hands were as gnarled as marsh oak, set down his tankard with a heaviness that spoke of more than just the weight of pewter. "Seen it again last night," he said, his voice carrying the flat vowels of Norfolk, each word careful and deliberate. The lantern. The conversations around him didn't stop exactly, but they shifted, slowed, the way water moves differently when something passes beneath its surface. Where about? This from Samuel Holt, younger by 20 years but already wearing the weathered look of a man who worked outdoors in all seasons. South Reach, near where the old Wickham cottage used to stand, before it sank. Thomas picked up his tankard again, stared into it as if the ale might offer explanations, moving slow-like, steady. Following the old channel, the one what's been silted up these past 10 years. "Will-o'-the-wisp," someone muttered from the corner. "Marsh gas, everyone knows." "I know marsh gas," Thomas interrupted, and there was steel beneath the quiet of his voice. "Been seeing marsh lights since before you were born, boy. This ain't that. This moves with purpose. This waits." The landlord, Arthur Pennywise, and yes, the villagers found that funny too, though they'd long since stopped saying it to his face, wiped down the bar with a cloth that had seen better decades. He was a large man, made larger by the layers he wore against the fen chill, and his face had the red, permanently wind-scrubbed look of someone who'd spent his youth outdoors before inheriting the drowned man from his father. "How many's that makes now?" he asked. 3 nights? 4? 5, said a woman's voice from near the fire. Old Margaret, who claimed to remember when the last drainage scheme had come through, when the Dutch engineers had promised to tame the fens forever. The fens, as it turned out, were not easily tamed. 5 nights running, always when the moon's down, always the same path, She rocked gently in her chair, her hands busy with knitting needles that clicked a rhythm counterpoint to the crackling fire. Her eyes, though rheumy with age, held a sharpness that made people uncomfortable. She saw thin, geez, people said. Knew things. Whether she actually did, or whether she simply paid better attention than most, was a question the village had debated for decades. "My grandmother," Margaret continued, her needles never pausing, "she told me about the lantern. Said it came before, long time back, when I was just a girl. 1847 that would have been. Bad year that. Harsh winter, and things went missing. Boats. Cargo meant for the customs house." Her mouth quirked in something that wasn't quite a smile. Then the lantern appeared, dancing across the marsh, and then it stopped, sudden-like. Everything went quiet again. The fire popped, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney. "You saying it's a ghost, then?" Samuel asked, trying for scepticism but not quite achieving it. In the fens, where the ground itself couldn't decide whether to be land or water, where entire villages had sunk into the bog over the centuries, where the old Roman roads ran straight as arrows beneath 6 feet of peat. Well, scepticism required more energy than most people could muster after a day's work. "I'm saying," Margaret replied, "that the fens remember, and what happened before can happen again." Thomas nodded slowly. "My cousin over in Welney, he says they've seen strange lights there too, and boats that come and go in the night, quiet like. No lamps, no hailing." "That's quite a distance," Arthur observed, still wiping the same spot on the bar. 20 miles, near enough." "Marshes are all connected, though, aren't they?" Samuel said. "Under the surface. Channels and cuts and old waterways. My father always said you could travel from here to the coast and never quite touch dry land if you knew the way." "If you knew the way, and if you didn't mind drowning," Thomas amended, "which most of us do mind, generally speaking." This earned a small rumble of laughter, the kind of humour that comes from living somewhere that regularly tries to kill you. The fens were beautiful, yes, but they were also treacherous. A man could step off solid ground into water over his head in the space of a single stride. Fog could descend in minutes, turning the familiar landscape into a maze where direction lost all meaning. And in winter, when the ice formed, it formed unevenly, thick in some places and paper-thin in others, and every year someone forgot this. The door opened, bringing with it a gust of cold, mist-laden air, and 2 men who were very clearly not from Fenbrook. The first was tall, lean in the way of whippets, with a sharp, hawk-like face, and eyes that seemed to catalogue everything in the room in the span of a single glance. He moved with a curious economy of motion, as if every gesture had been calculated for efficiency. His coat was well made but not ostentatious. His boots bore the unmistakable marks of London streets rather than marsh paths, and there was something about the set of his shoulders that suggested a man who spent a great deal of time thinking, and not nearly enough time sleeping. The second man was broader, more solid, with a military bearing that no amount of civilian clothing could quite disguise. His moustache was waxed to points that stood at crisp attention. His eyes were kind but observant, and he carried himself with the air of someone who had faced down charging tribesmen in Afghanistan and found the experience character building. He closed the door behind them with care, mindful of the draught. The conversations in the drowned man did stop then, completely, the way they always did when strangers arrived. In a village of 200 souls where everyone knew everyone else's business down to what they had had for breakfast 3 Tuesdays ago, strangers were objects of intense curiosity and considerable suspicion. Arthur Pennywise, who had seen strangers before, occasionally a lost traveller, once a botanist studying marsh plants, twice a debt collector who'd left disappointed, straightened behind his bar and produced a smile that was professionally welcoming without being actually warm. "Gentlemen," he said, "bit late for travelling if you don't mind my saying. Easy to lose your way in the marsh after dark." "Indeed," said the taller man, his voice crisp and educated, London through and through, "which is precisely why we are seeking accommodation for the night. You have rooms, I presume?" "We do, sir. £2 for the night includes breakfast, though I should warn you, the beds aren't what you might be used to in..." He paused, making a calculation. In the city? Dr. John Watson, the broader man said, offering his hand. And this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes. We're not particular about beds, I assure you. We've slept in worse places than a respectable English public house. Arthur shook his hand, his suspicion easing slightly. A doctor and a Mr. Not gentry then, or not claiming to be. That was something. Arthur Pennywise, proprietor. You're a long way from anywhere, if you don't mind my asking. Fenbrooks. Not exactly on the way to anything except more Marsh. Holmes had been standing very still, but his eyes had been moving constantly, taking in the low beams, the worn floorboards, the faces of the patrons, the arrangement of bottles behind the bar, the mud on various boots, the types of nets hanging on the wall, the dampness patterns on the ceiling. Now he spoke, and his voice carried the sort of certainty that made people either trust him immediately or dislike him intensely. "We are here," he said, "because of the lantern." The silence that followed was the kind that has texture. Thomas Wicken's hand stopped halfway to his tankard. Old Margaret's knitting needles paused mid-stitch. Samuel Holt made a small noise that might have been surprise or might have been something else. Watson cleared his throat. "What my colleague means is that we've heard reports rather, of unusual phenomena in the marshes. We thought it might be worth investigating." "You're ghost hunters then?" Samuel asked, not bothering to hide his scepticism now. "I assure you," Holmes said, a hint of dry amusement creeping into his voice, "there is no such thing as a ghost. However, there are frequently very interesting explanations for why people believe they have seen ghosts. Those explanations often reveal rather more about human nature than any spirit world ever could." He moved further into the room, gravitating toward the fire with the unconscious navigation of a man who was perpetually cold. The flames cast sharp shadows across his angular features, making him look rather like an illustration from A Penny Dreadful, which Watson suspected would amuse him if anyone pointed it out. "You've seen the light?" Thomas asked, direct as Marshman tended to be. No point dancing around the subject. "No," Holmes admitted, "but I've read the constable's report, which was forwarded to me by the chief inspector in Norwich. 3 sightings in the past week, always in the same general area, always moving along what appears to be a fixed path. The constable," he pulled a small notebook from his pocket, consulted it briefly. "Constable Baines attributed it to marsh gas and suggested that local superstition was colouring perception. However, the consistency of the report suggested to me that something more tangible might be occurring." "Constable Baines," Arthur said, with the careful neutrality of a man discussing someone he had to live near, "is a good man, but he's not from the Fens. Came up from Suffolk 2 years back. Doesn't quite understand how things work here." "Meaning," Holmes said, not bothering to make it a question, "that he dismisses local knowledge in favour of convenient explanations." "Meaning," Arthur replied, meeting his gaze steadily, "that he's quick to say marsh gas when there might be other answers." Old Margaret spoke up, her voice carrying despite its age-worn quality. "You're a detective, then? From London? Here to solve our mystery for us? Like we're children who've imagined monsters under the bed?" Holmes turned to look at her, and something in his expression shifted, became more respectful. "I am a detective, yes. From London, yes. But I'm not here to condescend to anyone. I'm here because unusual patterns interest me, and because I have found that where there is smoke, or in this case, light, there is generally something burning. Whether that something is criminal, natural, or merely misunderstood remains to be seen." Margaret studied him for a long moment, her needles resuming their rhythm. "You'll want to talk to folk then? Hear what they've seen?" "I would, yes, when they're willing to talk." "They might be more willing in the morning," Thomas said slowly, "when you're not strangers anymore, when they've had a chance to decide whether they trust you." It was, Watson recognised, a dismissal and an invitation simultaneously. "Talk to us tomorrow," it said, "but not tonight. Tonight you're outsiders." The Fens took care of their own, and that meant being careful about what was shared, and with whom. Holmes inclined his head slightly, accepting the boundary. "Then we shall wait for morning. Mr. Pennywise, if you would show us to our rooms. And perhaps some supper, if your kitchen is still operating. Cold mutton pie and bread, Arthur said. Beer or tea, nothing fancy, but it's filling. It sounds perfect, Watson said warmly, and meant it. After hours on a train and then a cart ride through increasingly damp countryside, cold mutton pie sounded remarkably like civilization. As Arthur led them toward the stairs, Holmes paused at the window, looking out into the night. There was nothing to see, really. Just darkness and mist, the vague suggestion of landscape rendered invisible by autumn fog. But he stood there for a long moment, perfectly still, and Watson knew that look. It was the look of a man seeing patterns where others saw only chaos, connections where others saw only coincidence. "What is it?" Watson asked quietly. "Moonless night," Holmes murmured. "Thick fog. Low tide, judging by the smell, more peat than salt. These are the conditions, Watson. These are precisely the conditions when the lantern appears. Surely you don't expect to see anything tonight. We've only just arrived." Holmes smiled, thin and sharp. "I expect nothing, but I observe everything. The game, as they say, is afoot. Outside, somewhere in the vast darkness of the marsh, something moved. A fox, perhaps, or a night bird, or simply the wind through the reeds. The mist swirled and eddied, and the fens kept their secrets close, the way they had for thousands of years. And if a small light flickered somewhere in that darkness, steady and purposeful, following a path that no longer existed on any map, well, in the morning, there would be time enough to investigate. In the morning, when the mist lifted and the world revealed itself again, when the villagers of Fenbrook decided whether these London strangers could be trusted with the truth of what walked their marshes after dark. For now, there was mutton pie and a fire, and the sound of rain beginning to tap against the windows like fingers asking to be let in. The lantern, if it was out there, would have to wait. And in the fens, everything did eventually come to light. Morning came to the fens the way it always did, slowly, reluctantly, as if the sun itself needed convincing that rising over this particular landscape was worth the effort. Watson woke to the sound of geese, hundreds of them by the sound of it, their calls carrying across the marsh in a cacophony that was somehow both chaotic and rhythmic. Through the small window of his room, he could see the mist still clinging to the ground, though thinner now, shot through with pale gold light that made the landscape look like something from a watercolour painting left out in the rain. The bed had been, as promised, not what he was used to, the mattress lumpy with age, the blankets smelling faintly of lavender and mothballs, the pillow filled with what felt like straw rather than down. But he'd slept surprisingly well, lulled by the absolute quiet of the countryside after London's perpetual rumble of traffic and voices. He found Holmes already awake, of course, standing at the window of his own room with his hands clasped behind his back, looking out over the marshland with the intense focus of a hawk spotting prey. He was still wearing his shirt from the previous evening, though he'd removed his collar, and Watson suspected he'd been standing there for some time. "Did you sleep at all?" Watson asked from the doorway. "Some," Holmes replied, not turning. 3 hours, perhaps." "Sufficient. Come and look at this, Watson. Tell me what you see." Watson joined him at the window, following his gaze across the landscape. The village of Fenbrook was waking up around them. Smoke rose from chimneys in thin columns that the breeze bent and scattered. A woman was hanging washing on a line behind one of the cottages, the white sheets bright against the grey morning. A dog barked somewhere, and a child's voice called out in response. Beyond the village, the marsh stretched away in every direction, a vast expanse of reed beds and shallow water, cut through with darker channels where the water ran deeper. Here and there, small islands of firmer ground rose like the backs of sleeping creatures, crowned with wind-twisted trees. In the distance, Watson could just make out what looked like the ruins of a building, its walls dark against the pale sky. "I see a marsh," Watson said carefully. "A village. Morning activities. Look closer." At the patterns, Watson tried, though he'd never quite developed Holmes's ability to extract meaning from what looked like randomness. The water channels? They seemed to run in somewhat straight lines in places, not entirely natural, I suppose. Precisely. This landscape has been shaped by human hands for centuries. The Romans drained parts of it. The medieval monks built embankments and cut channels. The Dutch engineers came in the 1600s with their windmills and their expertise. Each generation tried to tame the fens, to make them productive, to claim land from water. Some succeeded, many failed. Holmes pointed toward the south. See that line of trees? That marks what was once an embankment, and that ruined building you noticed? That was a pumping station, built 50 years ago, abandoned 20 years ago when the Marsh reclaimed the land it was meant to protect. You've been reading, Watson observed. I borrowed a book from Mr. Pennywise's surprisingly well-stocked library, The History and Geography of the Fenlands, published 1878. Somewhat dry in style, but thorough in detail. Holmes finally turned from the window. The point, Watson, is that this landscape is full of ghosts. Not supernatural spirits, but the remnants of human ambition. Old channels that have silted up but still exist beneath the surface. Paths that led somewhere once but lead nowhere now. Structures that have sunk into the peat but remain. Preserved. Hidden. If one wanted to move through this landscape unseen, to follow routes that don't appear on modern maps, one would need to know where those old ways lie. You think the lantern is following an old channel, one that's no longer visible? I think it's a distinct possibility, but we shall see. Come, I smell breakfast, and we have a day of investigation ahead of us. Downstairs, the drowned man had transformed from last night's shadowy, intimate space into something brighter and more prosaic. The fire still burned in the hearth, but now it was cooking fire rather than social warmth, and the scent of frying bacon competed with the ever-present smell of damp. Several men sat at the tables eating breakfast before heading out to their day's work, and they looked up with unconcealed curiosity as Holmes and Watson descended. Arthur Pennywise was behind the bar again. Watson suspected he was always behind the bar, a permanent fixture like the beams overhead, and he nodded toward a table near the fire. "Sit yourselves down, gentlemen. Bacon, eggs, bread and tea. Nothing fancy, but it's hot." The breakfast was, as promised, not fancy, but it was substantial and well cooked. The bacon was thick-cut and salty, the eggs had been fried in the bacon fat, and the bread was dark and dense and spread with butter that tasted faintly of the herbs the cows had been grazing on. Watson, whose London breakfast tended toward the hurried and perfunctory, found himself eating with more enthusiasm than he had anticipated. Holmes predictably ate sparingly, his attention more on the other patrons than on his plate. Watson watched him catalogue faces, postures, the calluses on hands, the mud on boots, the wear patterns on clothing. Reading people the way other men read newspapers. Thomas Wickham was there, along with Samuel Holt and two other men who hadn't been present last night. One was young, barely 20, with the kind of eager, restless energy that rural life either ground down or sent off to the cities. The other was older, perhaps 60, with a face weathered to the texture of old leather and eyes that held the perpetual squint of someone who had spent decades staring into wind and sun. It was this older man who spoke first, setting down his teacup with a deliberateness that suggested a decision made. "You're the detective, then? The one what's here about the light?" "Sherlock Holmes, yes, and you are?" "Jacob Marsh." "And before you make the joke, yes, I know. Born and bred in the fens with a name like Marsh. My mother thought she was being clever." His mouth twitched. "Been working these waters for 52 years, man and boy. Know every channel, every cut, every bit of firm ground between here and the coast." "Then you're precisely the man I need to speak with," Holmes said, and Watson heard the genuine respect in his voice. Holmes had little patience for fools, but he had infinite respect for expertise, regardless of its source. Jacob nodded slowly. "Seen the light myself, night before last. I was out checking my eel traps. You can do that by moonlight when there is moonlight, and by feel when there isn't. Was out on the South Reach, near the old Wickham place, and I saw it." "Describe what you saw, if you would." "As precisely as you can remember." The other men had stopped eating, listening. This was a story they'd heard before, but they listened anyway, the way village people did, finding comfort in repetition, in the communal sharing of experience. It was maybe an hour after full dark. No moon, like I said, but clear enough, could see the stars. I was working my way along the channel, the boat just drifting quiet-like, when I saw the light. Maybe half a mile south, moving slow across the marsh, yellow-orange like a lantern, but steadier than any handheld lantern ought to be. Moving smooth, no bobbing, no wavering, following the line where the old high channel used to run before it silted up. The old high channel, Dutch cut it in 1634, Jacob said, ran straight as an arrow from here to the coast, deep enough for cargo boats, but the marsh fought back, like it always does. By 1700 it was half choked with reeds. By 1800 you couldn't boat it anymore except at high tide. Now it's just a low spot in the marsh, holds water when it rains, but you'd never know it was a channel unless you knew to look. But you could still navigate it if you knew the way. At the right tide, with the right boat, if you didn't mind getting stuck and having to pole your way through reeds, maybe. But it'd be foolish. There are better channels, clearer paths. Unless, Holmes said softly, you wanted a path that no one else was using, a path that doesn't appear on modern navigation charts, a path where one could move unseen. The silence that followed was heavy with implication. Samuel Holt shifted, uncomfortably. You're saying it's not a spirit, then? You're saying it's smugglers? I'm saying, Holmes replied, that I prefer to draw conclusions from evidence rather than speculation, but the possibility is worth investigating. Thomas Wickham laughed, a short bark of sound. You know what the funny thing is? My grandfather was a smuggler. Back in the 20s, 30s, brandy and gin from Holland, tobacco from God knows where. The revenue men would come through periodic-like, all puffed up and official, and they'd never find anything. The marsh protected its own, see. Still does. Lot of history in these parts, Arthur said from behind the bar, his voice carefully neutral. Lot of ways for a man to make a living. Not all of them strictly legal, historically speaking. Watson recognised this for what it was. A village circling its wagons, protecting its own, even as it shared information. We'll tell you what we know, the subtext said, but don't expect us to condemn anyone. Life is hard here, and a man does what he must. Holmes seemed to understand this too, because his next question was gentler. The goods that move through here now, assuming goods do move through here, where do they come from? Where do they go? Jacob and Thomas exchanged glances. It was the younger man, the one with restless energy, who spoke up. His name, Watson learned later, was Peter Dorling, and he had the kind of face that couldn't keep secrets even when it wanted to. Boats come up from the coast sometimes. Small ones, nothing official. They tie up at the old quays, the ones that aren't used anymore, the ones that have half sunk into the mud. Unload quick-like, then gone before dawn. What they're carrying, he shrugged. Could be anything, could be nothing. Could be brandy that never saw a customs house. Could be tobacco, could be French wine. Could be legal goods, just taking the quiet route because it's cheaper. And the lantern guides them, Watson asked. Seems that way. Shows them the path through the marsh, like, so they don't run aground or get lost. The channels are tricky if you don't know them, and at night, in the fog, Peter trailed off. Easy to lose your way, easy to end up stuck, waiting for the tide, exposed. The light shows the safe path. Who carries the lantern? Holmes asked. Who knows the channels well enough to guide boats through in darkness? Another exchange of glances. The village closing ranks again, deciding what could be shared and what must be protected. It was old Margaret who broke the impasse. She'd entered the drowned man so quietly that Watson hadn't noticed. But suddenly she was there, settling into a chair near the fire with her inevitable knitting. You're asking the wrong question, Mr. Holmes, she said, her needles clicking their steady rhythm. Don't matter who carries the light. Matter is why now, after all these years of quiet. Holmes turned to her with interest. You said last night that the lantern appeared before, in 1847. That's right. And before that my grandmother spoke of it in her time, though I can't recall the year. Always the same pattern, see? Quiet for decades, then the light appears. Runs for a few months, maybe a year. Then it stops, sudden-like, and everything goes quiet again. The marsh forgets. What stopped it before? Margaret's needles paused just for a moment. Revenue men came in 47. There was a fight out on the marsh. 3 men died, one of them a customs officer. After that, the light went out. Too dangerous to continue, I suppose. Fear makes people careful. And in your grandmother's time? Don't know the details. Just that it stopped, same as before. Holmes stood, leaving his breakfast half finished, and walked to the window. Outside, the village market was beginning to set up in the small square, such as it was, just down from the drowned man. Carts were arriving, pulled by patient horses or pushed by patient people. Vegetables, Watson presumed, though what vegetables one could grow in fenland soil was a mystery to him. Fish, certainly. He could see baskets of eels, their dark bodies writhing, bundles of reeds for thatching, blocks of peat for burning. I should like to see the marsh, Holmes said. The south reach, where the lantern has been spotted. The old Wickham cottage, the remnants of the high channel. Can this be arranged? Jacob Marsh stood, his joints creaking with the particular music of age and hard labour. I can take you out in my boat. The water's high enough this morning and the weather's holding for now. There's always a for now in the fens, isn't there? Watson observed. Weather can turn in minutes, Jacob agreed. Fog can come down like a curtain. Always have to keep an eye on the sky, on the wind. The marsh doesn't give warnings. They finished their breakfast, Holmes returning to his plate with slightly more interest now that action was imminent, and gathered their things. Watson made sure to bring his notebook and his service revolver, habits from too many investigations that had turned dangerous. Holmes brought nothing but his sharp eyes and sharper mind, and the small leather notebook that went everywhere with him. The market was in full swing now, such as markets went in villages of 200 souls. Perhaps 30 people were there, maybe 40, buying and selling and gossiping in the way that was the lifeblood of small communities. Watson noticed how conversation stopped as they passed, how eyes followed them with unconcealed curiosity. A woman selling eggs nodded to them. "Gentlemen, come far, have you?" "From London," Watson replied, tipping his hat. "London," she repeated, as if it were a foreign country rather than a train ride and a cart journey away. "We don't get many Londoners." "Your village is quite charming," Watson offered, which was only partly a lie. It was charming in the way that hard-scrabble survival could be charming when viewed from the outside, when one didn't have to actually live it. "Charming," she echoed and smiled. "That's one word for it, I suppose. My Harry, he went to London once. Came back after 2 days, said the noise would drive a man mad. Said he couldn't hear himself think." "It does take some getting used to," Watson admitted. "You hear about the light, then?" Word travelled fast. Watson wondered if there was anyone in Fenbrook who didn't know about the London detective and his companion by now. "We're investigating the reports, yes," she nodded slowly, her hands continuing to arrange eggs in their basket with practised efficiency. "My grandmother used to say the light was a warning, that the marsh was telling us something, reminding us who really owns this land. Not us, not the Dutch engineers, not the landlords. The marsh owns itself, and we just borrow space on it." It was, Watson thought, a remarkably poetic sentiment from a woman selling eggs in a market square at dawn. But then the fens seemed to breed a certain kind of fatalism, a recognition of human insignificance in the face of ancient, indifferent nature. Jacob Marsh's boat was moored at a small wooden dock that extended perhaps 20 feet into the water, before giving up and sinking beneath the surface. The boat itself was a flat-bottomed punt, shallow drafted and wide, designed for navigating reed beds and shallow channels. 2 long poles lay in the bottom, along with a pair of oars, and what looked like an alarming amount of rope. "She's not pretty," Jacob said, running a weathered hand along the gunwale. "But she's sound. Built her myself, 40 years ago. Replaced every plank at least twice since then, but she's the same boat somehow." It was, Watson reflected, like the ship of Theseus puzzle, but applied to Fenland boats. How many parts could you replace before it became a different boat? Philosophy by way of practical craftsmanship. They climbed in carefully, the boat rocked alarmingly under their weight, and Jacob took up one of the poles. With practised ease, he pushed them away from the dock and out into the channel. The water was the colour of the weak tea, stained with peat, and Watson could see vegetation moving beneath the surface like something dreaming. "The south reach is about 2 miles, Jacob said, his voice carrying easily across the water. "We'll follow the new cut, which isn't new, it's 150 years old, but we call it that, and then branch off toward the old channel." The marsh unfolded around them in layers. Close by, the reeds rose thick and tall, their feathery tops catching the breeze. Further out, the landscape opened into shallow pools where birds gathered, herons standing motionless as statues, ducks paddling in formations, and those geese Watson had heard at dawn, hundreds of them, their calls a constant background chorus. Holmes sat in the bow, perfectly still, his eyes moving constantly, cataloguing Watson knew, recording, building a mental map of this strange, beautiful, treacherous landscape. "The old Wickham cottage," Jacob said, pointing with his pole toward a hump of land rising from the marsh about 1/2 mile distant. "Or what's left of it. Used to be 5 families lived out there back when. Now it's just ruins and ghosts." "What happened?" Watson asked. "Marsh happened. The embankment failed during a storm in 1862. Water came in, flooded everything. The families got out, but their homes didn't. Eventually the land sank, the buildings collapsed. Nature reclaimed what it had lost. He poled them steadily forward. That's the way of the fens. We push back the water and the water pushes back harder. Sometimes we win, sometimes we don't. Mostly we don't." As they drew closer to the ruins, Watson could see the remains of stone walls, dark and moss-covered, sinking into the peat like broken teeth. A chimney stood at an angle, defying gravity through stubbornness alone. The vegetation had taken over completely. Reeds growing through where floors had been, small trees sprouting from what might have once been a garden. Holmes stood carefully, the boat rocked, and stared at the ruins with intense focus. "The lantern passed here, you said?" "Aye. Moved right past, following that low line there." Jacob pointed to a barely visible depression in the marsh, a channel that existed more as memory than reality. "That's the old high channel. Can't see it clear unless you know what to look for, but it's there, like a scar that never quite healed." Holmes was silent for a long moment, and Watson could almost hear the gears turning in his mind, connections being made, patterns emerging from apparent chaos. Could a boat navigate that channel now? At high tide, perhaps? Small boat, shallow draft, someone who knew what they were doing? Maybe. But why would they? The new cut is easier, deeper, unless... Jacob trailed off, understanding dawning. Unless they didn't want to be seen. Unless they were avoiding the regular channels where other boats might be, where the constable might patrol. "Precisely," Holmes murmured. "Show me where it leads." Where would a boat following that channel end up? Jacob thought for a moment, his eyes distant, mapping water in his mind. The old high channel. It runs south-southeast following the high ground, such as high ground exists here. Eventually it would join up with the Welney channel, which connects to the Nenny, which runs to the coast. Call it 15 miles, water all the way, if you didn't mind poling through reeds for half of it. 15 miles from here to the sea, Holmes said softly, through channels that don't appear on modern maps, with no customs posts, no official keys, just empty marsh and old forgotten waterways. He turned to Jacob. "How many men in this village know these old channels well enough to navigate them in darkness?" Jacob's face closed down, that village loyalty reasserting itself. Can't say for certain. Can't or won't both, maybe. He met Holmes's gaze steadily. "Look, Mr. Holmes, I'll tell you what I saw. I'll show you where the light moved. But don't ask me to accuse my neighbours. Times are hard. They've always been hard in the fens. If someone's moving cargo quiet-like to avoid paying customs duties, well, that's between them and the revenue men. Not my business. Even if that cargo is something more dangerous than brandy," Holmes asked. "Even if these operations attract the kind of attention that brings violence to your village, the way it did in 1847, Jacob's expression flickered. "You think someone might get hurt?" "I think that smuggling operations, no matter how locally sanctioned, tend to escalate. They start small, they grow larger, and eventually they attract notice from people who are far less understanding than I am." Holmes's voice was gentle but firm. I am not interested in prosecuting men who move untaxed tobacco through the marsh. I am interested in preventing whatever outcome caused that light to go out in 1847, the outcome that involved 3 deaths. The boat drifted, caught in a current Watson couldn't see. Around them the marsh breathed its ancient breath, patient and eternal. "I'll think on what you've said," Jacob finally replied, "and I'll ask around, careful-like. Some of the older folks, they remember 47. They remember what happened. Might be they'll talk to you. Might be they won't. But I'll ask. That's all I can ask in return," Holmes said. They turned the boat around, Jacob poling them back toward the village. The sun was higher now, burning off the last of the mist, and the marsh revealed itself in its full complexity, a maze of water and land, of hidden depths and deceptive shallows, of beauty and danger intertwined so thoroughly that you couldn't separate one from the other. Watson found himself thinking about that woman in the market, the one selling eggs. "The marsh owns itself," she'd said, "and we just borrow space on it." Looking out across the endless expanse of reed and water and sky, Watson thought she might be right. The marsh would outlast them all. The smugglers and the revenue men, the villagers and the detectives, the lantern and whatever secrets it illuminated. The marsh would remain. And somewhere in those reeds, somewhere along those forgotten channels, someone was carrying a light through the darkness. The question was why, and the question was who would stop them, if anyone could. The afternoon brought with it a shift in the wind, a subtle turning that those who lived in the fens would recognise immediately as a promise of weather to come. Watson felt it as they walked back from the dock, a coolness at the back of his neck that hadn't been there in the morning, a certain quality to the light that suggested the day's clarity wouldn't last. Holmes had been mostly silent during the return journey, his mind clearly working through what they'd seen and heard. Now, as they walked through the village toward the drowned man, he spoke without preamble as if continuing, a conversation Watson hadn't realised they were having. "The pattern is consistent with organised smuggling, but there are anomalies that trouble me." "Such as?" Watson prompted, long accustomed to this mode of thinking aloud. "The regularity, for one. 5 nights in succession, always at the same time, always following the same route. Professional smugglers vary their patterns specifically to avoid detection. Repetition creates vulnerability." Holmes stepped around a puddle without looking at it, his attention elsewhere. "And the light itself, that steady, purposeful movement. If you're guiding boats through treacherous waters, you need to move slowly to ensure they can follow. But that same slowness makes you visible for longer periods, increases your exposure." "Perhaps they're confident they won't be caught," Watson suggested. "A small village, one constable who's not from the area and doesn't understand the marsh." "Possible. But confidence and carelessness are different things, and in my experience successful criminals are rarely careless." Holmes paused at the door of the drowned man, his hand on the latch. "No, Watson. There's something we're not seeing. A piece of the puzzle that would make the pattern make sense." Inside, the public house was quiet in that particular afternoon way. The morning rush finished, the evening crowd not yet arrived. Arthur Pennywise was wiping down tables with that same cloth from yesterday, and Watson was beginning to suspect it was the only cloth in existence, worn smooth by decades of dedicated wiping. "Gentlemen," Arthur greeted them. "Tea? Something stronger." "Tea would be excellent," Watson said, suddenly aware of the cold that had seeped into his bones during the boat journey. The marsh cold was different from London cold, wetter somehow, more penetrating. They settled at a table near the fire, which Arthur had banked but not allowed to die completely. Within minutes he brought them a pot of tea, strong and dark, with thick white mugs that held heat like small furnaces. "Find what you were looking for out there?" Arthur asked, casual but curious. "We found the old channel," Holmes replied, "and the ruins." And confirmation that the lantern follows a very specific route through the marsh. Arthur nodded slowly, pulling up a chair and sitting with the easy familiarity of a man in his own establishment. "My grandfather knew those old channels. Used to say you could map the whole history of the fens just by knowing which waterways were used when. Romans had their routes, monks had theirs, Dutch engineers cut new ones. each generation leaving its mark on the water. "Your grandfather was a smuggler too?" Watson asked, remembering Thomas Wicken's comment from the morning. "Aye, in his day, though he called it free trading, which he said sounded more respectable." Arthur smiled at the memory. He'd tell stories about nights on the Marsh, moving cargo that had never seen a customs house, brandy from France, gin from Holland, tea from God knows where. Said the best nights were the foggy ones, when you couldn't see 10 feet in front of your face, but you knew the channels by feel, by the sound of the water, by the smell of the mud. "He never got caught?" Holmes asked. "Oh, he got caught. Twice. Paid his fines, spent a month in jail the second time, but he was careful like, never violent, never carried weapons. The revenue men knew him, knew he wasn't dangerous. Just a man making a living the old way." Arthur poured himself a cup of tea from their pot, uninvited but not unwelcome. The dangerous ones, they didn't last long. Got themselves killed or transported. The Marsh has a way of sorting things out. There was something in his tone that made Watson pay attention. A warning, perhaps, or simply wisdom earned through observation. "You think violence is coming?" Watson asked directly. Arthur took a long sip of tea, considering his words. "I think when the lantern appeared in 47, it started peaceful enough. Just local lads moving cargo, making a bit of extra coin. But word got out and bigger operations moved in. Men from London, from the coast, men who didn't care about the village or the marsh, men who carried knives and weren't afraid to use them. That's when people died." "And you think that's happening now?" Holmes leaned forward. "Outside men moving in? I think I've seen faces in the market I don't recognise. I think boats have come through that aren't local boats, I think." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "I think whatever started small might be getting bigger, and bigger means more dangerous." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. This was exactly the escalation Holmes had warned about. "Who would know more?" Holmes pressed. "Who sees the boats come and go?" "Jacob Marsh. You've talked to him. Thomas Wicken. Old Margaret. Don't let her knitting fool you, that woman notices everything." Arthur stood, taking his teacup with him. "And the constable, I suppose, though he's not much help. Baines, his name is. Lives in the cottage at the end of Church Lane. You can't miss it. Only building in the village with a fresh coat of paint." After Arthur returned to his bar, Holmes sat in contemplative silence for several minutes, his tea cooling untouched in front of him. Watson knew better than to interrupt. This was the Holmes who was arranging facts like pieces on a chessboard, looking for patterns, testing theories against evidence. Finally Holmes spoke. "We need to see the lantern ourselves. Tonight, if the conditions are right." "You mean if it appears?" Watson corrected. "Oh, it will appear," Holmes said with certainty. "The tide will be low at midnight. I checked the almanac. The moon is still in its dark phase. The weather is turning, which means fog is likely. All the conditions are correct. The lantern will appear because whoever carries it needs these specific conditions for their operation to succeed. And what will we do when we see it? We will follow it, Watson. We will see where it goes, what it guides, who carries it." Holmes finally picked up his tea, realised it had gone cold and set it down again with a grimace. "And with luck, we will understand why it dances across the marsh like a will-o'-the-wisp, leading boats through channels that officially no longer exist." The afternoon drifted toward evening with that peculiar slowness of rural time, where minutes seemed to stretch and hours compressed. Watson found himself dozing in a chair by the fire, lulled by warmth and the rhythmic sound of Arthur's eternal table wiping. Holmes had disappeared somewhere, investigating no doubt, or perhaps simply thinking, which was for him a form of action. When Watson woke, the light outside had changed to that deep gold that comes before sunset. The public house was beginning to fill with the evening crowd, men coming in after their day's work, seeking warmth and company and ale. Thomas Wicken was there, and Samuel Holt, and several others Watson recognised from the morning. Old Margaret occupied her chair by the fire, her knitting needles maintaining their steady rhythm like a heartbeat. Holmes appeared from upstairs, looking slightly more rumpled than usual, which meant he'd been lying down thinking. another of his peculiar habits that Watson had long since stopped questioning. "Evening, Mr. Holmes," Thomas called out. "Out on the marsh with Jacob this morning, I hear." News in a small village travelled faster than telegraph. Watson was convinced that if you whispered a secret at one end of Fenbrook, it would be common knowledge at the other end before you'd finished speaking. "We saw the old channel," Holmes confirmed, moving to the bar to order whatever passed for dinner, "and the Wickham ruins." "Sad place that," one of the other men said. His name was Robert Clement, Watson learned, and he worked as a labourer on one of the few farms that managed to coax crops from the recalcitrant fen soil. "My great-aunt lived there as a girl. Said it was a proper little community before the flood. Had a school and everything, can you imagine? School for 20 children out in the middle of the marsh." "What do children do out here?" Watson asked, genuinely curious. In London, children had streets to play in, parks if they were lucky. But here? "Same as anywhere else, I expect," Robert replied. "Play, get into mischief, learn to work. Boys learn fishing, girls learn keeping house. Everyone learns to respect the marsh, to read the weather, to know when the tide's turning." He smiled. "Better education than books in some ways. Keeps you alive." Old Margaret spoke up from her chair, not looking up from her knitting. "You planning to go out tonight, Mr. Holmes? To see the light for yourself?" The room went quiet. Everyone was listening now, though they pretended not to be. "I am," Holmes said simply, "with Dr. Watson. We'll observe from a distance, nothing more." "You'll want to dress warm," Margaret said. "Fog's coming in. Can already smell it on the air. And you'll want a good lamp of your own, unless you fancy getting lost. Marsh doesn't care if you're a detective or a duke. It'll swallow you just the same if you're not careful. Sound advice," Watson said. "Thank you. And you'll want someone who knows the marsh to go with you," she continued. "Someone who can keep you from walking into water over your head, literally speaking." "I could take them," Samuel Holt offered, surprising Watson with his willingness. "I've got a boat, and I know the South Reach well enough. My father used to trap eels out there when I was a boy. I know where the solid ground is where the channels run deep." Holmes studied him for a moment. "You're not worried about what we might discover?" Samuel shrugged. "If there's smuggling happening, everyone in this room already knows about it, or suspects. You discovering it doesn't change anything, and Margaret's right, you'll get yourself drowned without a guide, and that would be a waste." It was, Watson reflected, a remarkably practical approach to detective work. "Yes, we're probably all complicit," the village seemed to be saying, "but we'd rather you not die in our marsh. Bad for everyone." Dinner was a hearty stew, rabbit, Watson guessed, with carrots and potatoes and herbs that gave it a distinctive flavour he couldn't quite place. The bread was the same dark, dense loaf from breakfast, and there was butter and a hard, crumbly cheese that had more character than elegance. As they ate, the conversation in the Drowned Man flowed around them like water around stones. Talk of weather, of crops, of the price of eels at market. A complaint about the state of the road to the next village. News that someone's cow had calved, that someone else's roof needed rethatching before winter. The ordinary concerns of ordinary people, Watson thought, and yet underneath it all was the awareness of the light, the knowledge that tonight, when the fog came in and the darkness settled over the marsh, something would be moving through the reeds with purpose and secrecy. Around 9 o'clock, Samuel Holt stood and stretched. "If we're doing this, we should get ready. Takes time to get the boat prepared, and we'll want to be in position before midnight." They dressed in the warmest clothes they'd brought, which wasn't saying much given that they'd expected a simple countryside investigation, not marsh surveillance. Arthur produced some extra woolens, a thick scarf for Watson, a heavy coat for Holmes that smelled of fish and peat but was undeniably warm. The night had turned cold and damp, exactly as Margaret had predicted. Fog was already beginning to gather in the hollows, wisps of it curling through the village like exploratory fingers. The temperature had dropped sharply, and Watson's breath plumed in the lamplight. Samuel's boat was smaller than Jacob's, a narrow craft designed for a single person, though it could squeeze in 3 at a pinch. They climbed in carefully, Samuel taking the stern with a single oar for steering. Watson and Holmes crowded in the bow with their lamp carefully shuttered. "We'll drift mostly," Samuel said softly. "Current will take us south. I'll just steer us clear of reed beds. Important thing is to be quiet. Sound carries across water, especially on a night like this." He pushed them away from the dock with one practiced motion, and they slipped into the darkness of the marsh. The transformation was immediate and complete. The village behind them disappeared into fog within minutes, its lights becoming vague, orange glows that could have been 100 yards away or a mile. Distance became meaningless. The only sounds were the gentle lap of water against the boat, the occasional call of a night bird, and the soft rustle of reeds in the breeze. Watson found his senses heightening in the darkness. Every sound became significant, every movement of air a possible clue or threat. He'd felt this before, on night patrols in Afghanistan, that peculiar combination of alertness and unease that comes from being unable to see potential danger. Holmes, by contrast, seemed utterly relaxed, his breathing slow and steady. This was his element: the hunt, the observation, the patient waiting for prey to reveal itself. They drifted for perhaps 20 minutes, Samuel occasionally dipping his oar to adjust their course. The fog thickened around them, reducing visibility to perhaps 15 feet. Watson couldn't see the shore on either side, couldn't see much of anything except the dark mass of the boat and the slightly paler darkness of the fog. "There," Holmes whispered suddenly. Watson looked where he was pointing and saw nothing at first. Then, through the fog, a faint glow appeared. Yellow-orange, steady, perhaps a quarter-mile away. The lantern! "Right on time," Samuel breathed, "and right where Jacob said it would be." They watched in silence as the light moved across their field of vision, travelling from their left to their right with that same steady, purposeful pace that everyone had described. It didn't waver or bob. It moved as if carried by someone walking on solid ground, not floating across a marsh in a boat. "That's impossible," Watson whispered. "There's no solid ground there. It's all water and reed beds." "Not quite," Samuel replied softly. "There's a raised bank along the old channel, mostly under water now, but still there. At low tide, in some places you can walk on it, but you'd have to know exactly where it is, and you'd need to time it perfectly with the tide. One wrong step and you're in water over your head." Holmes was leaning forward intently, his eyes tracking the light. "Can we get closer?" "Some, but not too close. If they hear us, they'll douse the light and disappear. These people know the marsh better than I do." Samuel began to row, slow and careful, angling them toward the light but not directly at it. They moved through patches of open water and dense reed beds, the boat rustling through vegetation with sounds that seemed impossibly loud in the silence. The light continued its steady progress, and now Watson could see that it was indeed following a specific path, moving in a straight line across what appeared to be nothing but marsh. Behind it, perhaps 50 yards, was another light, smaller, dimmer, clearly following the first. "The second light is the boat," Holmes murmured, "being guided through the channel. Watch how it moves, slower than the first, more erratic. That's someone poling through shallow water, following the guide light to stay in the channel." As they watched, the second light stopped. There was a long pause, perhaps 2 minutes, and Watson could imagine someone poling through difficult terrain, working to free their boat from mud or reeds. Then the light moved forward again, still following the first. "How many people would this operation require?" Watson asked, his voice barely above a breath. "Minimum 3, Holmes replied. "1 to carry the guide light, 1 to pole the boat through the marsh, and at least 1 in the boat to handle cargo. More likely 4 or 5, additional hands to load and unload quickly. And where are they taking the cargo? That, Watson, is what we need to discover." Samuel had brought them to within perhaps 100 yards of the path the lights were following. Any closer would risk detection. They sat in their boat as still as the reeds around them, and watched the strange procession pass. The guide light moved with eerie steadiness, never pausing, never wavering. Watson found himself thinking of the old stories of will-o'-the-wisps, marsh spirits that led travellers astray. But this was no spirit. This was someone with considerable knowledge and considerable nerve, walking paths that barely existed, timing their movements to the tide, all to move illicit cargo through the darkness. And then, just as the light was about to pass out of their sight into the fog, something happened that made Watson's breath catch. A third light appeared, coming from the opposite direction. This one was different, brighter, whiter, and moving faster. It had the quality of a modern lamp, something oil-powered rather than candle, and it was heading directly toward the smuggler's lantern. "That's trouble," Samuel whispered urgently. "That's the constable." Baines. I recognise his lamp. Holmes leaned forward even further, his whole body tense with attention. The two lights moved toward each other with a kind of terrible inevitability. The orange smuggler's lantern maintained its steady pace, but Watson thought he detected a slight acceleration, as if the bearer had noticed the approaching light and was trying to complete their route before intersection. The white lamp moved faster, and now Watson could hear voices carrying across the water. A shout, words he couldn't quite make out. The constable, presumably, calling for the smuggler to stop. The orange lantern went out. Just like that, extinguished in an instant, the marsh plunged back into darkness, illuminated only by the constable's white lamp. That light swung wildly now, searching, its bearer clearly confused about where the smuggler had gone. "They've dropped flat," Samuel whispered, "lying on the bank. The constable can't see them in the dark, and he won't know where the bank is to follow. He's probably in water up to his knees right now, wondering what happened." Indeed, the white light had stopped moving forward. Watson could hear splashing, more shouts, frustration evident even at this distance, and then, from somewhere in the darkness behind where the orange light had been, came a different sound. The unmistakable sound of a boat being poled through water, moving fast, no longer worried about stealth. The smuggler's boat, making a run for it. The constable's light swung toward the sound, and he began to move again, trying to intercept. But he was on foot, floundering through unfamiliar marsh while the boat had momentum and knowledge. "They'll get away," Samuel said with certainty. "Baines doesn't know the marsh well enough to catch them, and in this fog they could be anywhere within minutes." Holmes was silent, watching the white light swing and search. Finally it began to move back toward shore, the constable apparently admitting defeat. "Interesting," Holmes said softly. "What?" Watson asked. "The timing. The constable knew to be out here tonight, knew where to look, knew when the smugglers would be operating, which means he either deduced it himself, unlikely, given his apparent lack of local knowledge, or someone told him." "An informant?" Watson suggested. "Possibly," or ... quote. Holmes paused. "Or someone who wanted to disrupt this particular run without actually catching anyone. Notice how the constable approached from an obvious angle, loud enough to be heard in time for the smugglers to escape. Notice how he stopped pursuit quite quickly." "You think Baines is corrupt?" Samuel asked, sounding genuinely shocked. "I think Baines is either incompetent, which is always possible, or he's being paid to make a show of enforcement without actually enforcing anything. Either way, it tells us something important." "What's that?" Watson asked. "That whoever is running this operation has enough money and influence to compromise local law enforcement. That suggests this is not, as I initially suspected, a small local enterprise. This is something larger, something organised, something with connections." Holmes settled back in the boat, which makes it considerably more interesting and considerably more dangerous. They sat in silence for several more minutes, but the marsh had returned to its ordinary darkness. No more lights appeared. The smugglers had either gone to ground or escaped into the maze of channels. The constable's lamp was a distant glow, growing fainter as he made his way back to shore. "We should return," Samuel said finally. "Nothing more to see tonight, and the tide's turning. In an hour, some of these channels will be too shallow to navigate." They drifted back through the fog, Samuel steering with practised ease through water that all looked the same to Watson. The village lights appeared gradually, coalescing from the fog like a promise of warmth and solidity. At the dock they climbed out stiffly, cold and damp despite their layers. The Drowned Man was still open, light spilling from its windows, and Watson had never been more grateful for the promise of a fire and hot tea. Inside, Arthur took one look at them and began preparing tea without being asked. The three of them settled at their usual table, close enough to the fire to steam gently. "See anything interesting?" Arthur asked, carefully neutral. "We saw the light," Holmes confirmed, "and we saw Constable Baines attempt to intercept it, unsuccessfully." Arthur's expression didn't change, but Watson caught something in his eyes. Not surprise, exactly. More like confirmation of something suspected. "Baines tries," Arthur said diplomatically, "but the Marsh is a difficult place for outsiders." "Indeed," Holmes said dryly. Almost as if it were designed that way. They drank their tea in companionable silence, warming from the inside out. Around them, the last few patrons were finishing their drinks, preparing to head home. Old Margaret was still in her chair, though her knitting had been put away. She looked at Holmes with those sharp old eyes. "Did the Marsh tell you what you needed to know, Mr. Holmes?" "It told me several things," Holmes replied. "That this operation is more sophisticated than it first appeared, that it has protection, or at least the appearance of protection, that it follows old patterns, old routes, old ways of doing business." He paused. "And that it will continue until something disrupts it more effectively than Constable Baines can manage." "And will you be doing the disrupting?" Margaret asked. "That," Holmes said softly, "remains to be seen. First, I need to understand more. The who, the what, the why. Only then can I determine the how." Margaret nodded slowly, as if he'd passed some kind of test. "You're wiser than you look, Mr. Holmes. A hasty man would charge and make arrests, claim victory. But a wise man knows that you can't fight the Marsh. You have to work with it, understand it, move with its rhythms." "You're speaking of more than geography," Holmes observed. "I'm speaking of everything," Margaret replied. "The Marsh, the village, the people, the past. They're all connected, all part of the same pattern. You pull one thread, the whole thing shifts. You need to be careful which threads you pull." She stood then, gathering her things with slow deliberation. "Good night, gentlemen. And Mr. Holmes, the light dances for a reason. When you understand the reason, you'll understand everything." And with that cryptic pronouncement, she left, disappearing into the fog-wrapped night like a ghost herself. Watson and Holmes exchanged glances. "I'll admit, Watson said that I have no idea what she meant by that. Don't you?" Holmes replied. "Think about it, Watson. We watched the light dance across the marsh tonight. We watched it move with purpose, following ancient channels. We watched it guide someone through darkness to somewhere. We watched it survive an attempt at interdiction with almost contemptuous ease." He finished his tea. The light dances because someone wants it to. Someone needs it to. Someone profits from it. And until we understand who that someone is and what they're really moving through the marsh beyond simple brandy and tobacco, we're merely observers watching a performance we don't fully comprehend. "So what do we do tomorrow?" Holmes smiled, that sharp, predatory smile that Watson knew well. "Tomorrow, Watson, we follow the thread. We find out where the old channel leads. We discover who profits from these operations. We determine why now, after decades of quiet, the lantern has returned. And then we decide whether to extinguish it or let it burn." Outside, the fog pressed against the windows like something alive, and somewhere in that vast wet darkness the marsh kept its secrets. But not, Watson thought, for much longer. Holmes was on the case. And when Holmes was on the case, secrets had a way of revealing themselves, whether they wanted to or not. Morning arrived with reluctance, the sun a pale disk behind layers of grey cloud that promised rain before nightfall. Watson woke to the sound of water dripping from the eaves, a steady percussion that spoke of overnight mist condensing on thatch and timber. His room was cold enough that his breath misted, and he dressed quickly, layering wool against the persistent damp that seemed to seep through walls and windows alike. Downstairs, he found Holmes already at their usual table, surrounded by papers. Maps, Watson realised as he drew closer. Old maps, new maps, hand-drawn sketches on foolscap. Holmes had somehow acquired or created an entire archive overnight, and was studying them with the intensity of a general planning a campaign. "You've been busy," Watson observed. settling into the chair opposite and gratefully accepting the tea that Arthur brought without being asked. "I borrowed several maps from the manor house," Holmes said without looking up. "The current Lord Fenbrook was surprisingly cooperative once I explained my interest. He even provided access to the estate archives, which date back to the 1600s. Holmes traced a line on one of the older maps with a long finger. "Look at this, Watson. This is a Dutch survey map from 1638, showing the drainage channels they cut through this area. See this line here?" Watson leaned over, squinting at the faded ink. "The High Channel?" "Precisely. But look at where it goes. Follow the line south. It doesn't end at the coast, as I assumed. It connects to a much older waterway here, what the Romans called the Causeway Cut. That, in turn, connects to the natural river system that flows into the Wash." Holmes looked up, his eyes bright with the thrill of discovery. "Watson, this isn't just a route from village to coast. This is part of a network that's been used for transport for nearly 2,000 years. Goods have been moving through these channels since before England was England. So our smugglers are following Roman roads, so to speak. Roman waterways, but yes. And the beauty of it is that most of these old channels no longer appear on modern navigation charts. The Ordnance Survey doesn't map them because officially they don't exist anymore. Silted up, overgrown, abandoned. But they're still there, still navigable by those who know where to look and when to travel." Holmes spread out another map, this one more recent. "This is the current chart used by customs officers. See how simplified it is? Only the main channels are marked, the ones where commercial traffic moves. Everything else is just marked as marsh or wetland. It's as if the authorities have deliberately blinded themselves to 3/4 of the actual waterways. Or they simply don't know they exist," Watson suggested. "Ignorance born of laziness," Holmes said with a dismissive wave. "But ignorance nonetheless, and ignorance that can be exploited. If I were running a smuggling operation, I would use exactly these forgotten channels. I would time my movements to the tides, travelling when the water is high enough to float a boat, but low enough that the regular channels are too shallow for customs vessels. I would use the fog as cover, and I would employ local knowledge that outsiders couldn't possibly acquire in a lifetime." "Which brings us back to the question of who," Watson said. "Who in Fenbrook has this level of knowledge? Who would organise such an operation? Several people, potentially. Jacob Marsh certainly knows the waterways well enough. Samuel Holt demonstrated considerable expertise last night. Arthur Pennywise has the kind of central position in village life that would be useful for coordination." Holmes tapped the table thoughtfully. "But I don't think any of them is the true organiser. They're participants, perhaps, or at least aware of what's happening. But the mind behind this operation is more sophisticated. Someone who understands both the local geography and the larger economic networks. Someone who can arrange buyers for smuggled goods, who can coordinate with coastal contacts, who has the capital to fund initial cargo purchases. A gentleman, then? Someone with education and means? Possibly. Or possibly someone who's risen from more humble origins but has acquired those same advantages through cunning and opportunity." Holmes began gathering the maps into a neat stack. "In any case, I believe the answers lie not here in the village, but at the other end of the channel. We need to trace the route to its terminus, see where the cargo goes, identify who's waiting to receive it." "A journey to the coast, then?" "Not quite. Remember, the channel system is complex. The cargo might be offloaded anywhere along the route, transferred to other boats, dispersed through multiple outlets. We need to map the entire network before we can identify the key players." Holmes stood, his decision made. "Which is why we're going to follow the High Channel today, by foot and boat, and see where it leads." Arthur, who had been listening with the careful attention of a man who heard everything said in his establishment, spoke up from behind the bar. "You'll want a guide for that. The channel crosses some difficult terrain. Places where the ground looks solid but isn't. Places where the water runs deeper than you'd think." "I was hoping you might suggest someone," Holmes said. "Jacob Marsh is your man, same as before. Though," Arthur hesitated, "I should tell you, there are parts of the marsh where even locals don't go without good reason. Old ruins where the ground's unstable, sections where the water's stained red from iron deposits, and people say it's cursed. Superstition probably, but it keeps people away, which means if you're running an illegal operation, those are exactly the places you'd use. Cursed waters, Watson repeated. How wonderfully melodramatic. Melodramatic or not, men have died in those areas, Arthur replied seriously. Fallen through weak ground, gotten lost in fog, drowned in channels that looked shallow. The Marsh doesn't care whether you believe in curses. It'll kill you just the same if you're not careful. An hour later, Watson found himself once again in Jacob Marsh's boat, this time with Holmes bent over his maps, trying to reconcile the archaic cartography with the actual landscape sliding past them. The morning had turned grey and cheerless, the sky pressing down like a physical weight, and a fine drizzle had begun that wasn't quite rain but was wet enough to be miserable. Jacob poled them through the familiar channels, then branched off into narrower waterways that seemed to exist more as suggestions than actual routes. Reeds closed in on both sides, scraping against the boat with sounds like whispered warnings. The water here was darker, stained that reddish-brown Arthur had mentioned, and it moved with a sluggish reluctance that suggested depths Watson didn't want to contemplate. "This is the old high channel," Jacob said, his voice low as if the landscape demanded quiet. "Or what's left of it. Used to be 15 feet wide and 6 feet deep at high tide. Now it's half that and choked with vegetation. But it's still here, still passable if you know what you're doing." They moved through a landscape that seemed to exist outside of normal time. Ancient twisted trees grew from islands of peat, their branches reaching across the water like arthritic fingers. Birds Watson couldn't identify called from the reeds, with voices that sounded almost human. The air tasted of decay and growth intermingled, the eternal cycle of the marsh, where death fed life fed death in endless progression. "There," Holmes said suddenly, pointing to their left. "What's that structure?" Through the reeds, Watson could make out the remains of a stone building, its walls collapsed but still visible, rising from the marsh like broken teeth. The structure was small, perhaps 12 feet square, and had the look of something very old. Medieval, Watson guessed, or older. "Roman way station," Jacob said. "Also, the old folks say, used to be part of a road system before the Marsh reclaimed it. There are ruins like this scattered all through the fens, markers of times when this land was drier, more settled. Now they're just homes for birds and memories." Holmes was studying the ruin intently. Could a boat tie up there? Use it as a transfer point? "Aye, could do. Water's deep enough on the east side, and there's still a bit of solid ground around the foundation. Good place to stop, rest, move cargo from one boat to another if needed." Jacob's eyes were shrewd. "You thinking that's what they're doing, using the old ruins as staging points?" "I think it's quite possible. These ruins are off any regular routes, unmarked on modern maps, and they provide shelter from observation. If I were organising this operation, I would establish several such points along the route, places to cache goods, transfer cargo, wait out unfavourable conditions." Holmes pulled out his notebook, sketching the ruins' position relative to their route. How many such structures exist along this channel? 6, maybe more. Hard to say. Some have sunk completely, some are just piles of stone you'd miss if you didn't know they were there. But I can show you the ones I know. Jacob adjusted their course slightly, angling toward the ruin. "Want to take a closer look?" Very much so, they poled up to what had once been the eastern wall of the structure. Up close, Watson could see that while the building was ancient, there were signs of much more recent activity. The vegetation around the foundation had been trampled. There were marks on the stone that looked like rope burns, as if boats had been tied there regularly. And in the mud at the water's edge, Holmes spotted what he'd been looking for. "Boot prints," he said with satisfaction, pointing. "Several sets, all relatively recent. And see here, these deeper impressions. Those are from crates or barrels being set down. Heavy cargo." Holmes climbed out of the boat with surprising agility, landing on a narrow strip of relatively solid ground. Watson followed more cautiously, his bad leg protesting the awkward movement. Jacob remained in the boat, holding it steady. Inside what remained of the structure, the evidence was even more compelling. The ground had been cleared of the worst vegetation, creating a space where goods could be stored temporarily. There were remnants of canvas, the kind used for waterproof coverings, A broken wooden crate in one corner still bore fragments of a label. Watson could make out the word Amsterdam and what looked like a customs stamp. "Dutch import," Holmes murmured, examining the crate. "Legally brought into a Dutch port, then smuggled here to avoid British customs duties. A common enough scheme and remarkably profitable. The duty on Dutch gin alone could triple the price. Avoiding that duty means enormous profits for relatively little risk." "Unless you get caught," Watson pointed out. "Unless you get caught," Holmes agreed. "But look at this operation, Watson. Look at the sophistication of it. They're not just running boats up the coast. They've established a network of transfer points, each one carefully chosen for concealment and accessibility. They're using channels that most people don't know exist, timing their movements to tides and moon phases. This isn't amateur work. This is organised, professional smuggling on a scale that suggests serious money behind it." He stood, brushing dirt from his trousers, and surveyed the ruin with satisfaction. "But it also means they have a weakness. A network this complex requires coordination, communication, trust among participants. Break any one of those elements, and the entire operation becomes vulnerable." They returned to the boat and continued their journey, Jacob pointing out 2 more ruins along the route, both showing similar signs of recent use. The channel wound through increasingly remote sections of marsh, places where Watson saw no signs of human habitation, where the only sounds were wind and water and the calls of birds. Around midday, they stopped for lunch on a small island of relatively dry ground. Jacob had brought bread and cheese and apples, which they ate while Holmes continued to consult his maps and make notes in his precise handwriting. "You're building a case," Watson observed. "I'm building an understanding," Holmes corrected. "A case requires evidence that would convince a magistrate. What I have now is patterns, connections, logical inferences, useful for understanding the operation, but not yet sufficient for prosecution." "Do you intend to prosecute?" Jacob asked bluntly. "Or are you just here to satisfy your curiosity?" Holmes was silent for a moment, considering the question seriously. "I intend to stop whatever harm this operation might cause. If that requires prosecution, so be it. If it can be achieved through other means, I'm not opposed to alternative solutions." "What harm do you think it's causing?" Jacob pressed. "Moving untaxed goods hurts the Crown's revenue, I suppose, but that's hardly violence against persons." The harm, Holmes said quietly, comes from what tends to follow. Small smuggling operations stay small because they limit their ambitions. But when operations grow, when real money becomes involved, they attract a more dangerous class of criminal. Men who see violence as a tool rather than a last resort. We've already seen evidence that this operation has grown. The involvement of outside boats, the possible corruption of local law enforcement. The question is how much further it will grow before someone decides they want a larger share, or before a rival operation tries to muscle in, or before the customs service decides to crack down with force. He looked at Jacob directly. "You said your grandfather was a smuggler. Did he ever carry weapons?" "No," Jacob admitted. "He always said weapons turned trading into warfare, and warfare got people killed." "Exactly. But I'm willing to wager that whoever is running the current operation doesn't share that philosophy. The evidence suggests a more modern, more ruthless approach." Holmes stood brushing crumbs from his coat. "That's what I'm trying to prevent. Not the smuggling itself, which, as you say, mainly hurts the Crown's revenue, but the violence that increasingly seems inevitable." They continued their journey, following the channel as it wound southward. The landscape began to change subtly, the water becoming slightly less brown, carrying hints of salt rather than pure peat. They were approaching the tidal reaches, Watson realised, where the marsh gave way to estuary and eventually to sea. "How far to the coast from here?" Holmes asked. "By this channel?" "Another 8 miles, maybe 10. But you won't make it in this boat. Too shallow drafted for the tidal waters, and the wind gets fierce once you leave the shelter of the marsh." Jacob checked the position of the sun, or where the sun should be behind the clouds. "We should turn back soon anyway. I want to make it home before dark, and we've got the current against us on the return journey." "Just a bit further," Holmes urged. "I want to see where the channel meets the main waterway." They poled on for another mile, and then the landscape opened up dramatically. The narrow, reed-choked channel they'd been following suddenly widened into what was recognisably a river, perhaps 50 yards across, with actual current and waves and all the characteristics of a proper waterway rather than a marsh drainage. "The Nini," Jacob announced, "one of the main rivers flowing into the Wash, deep enough for cargo vessels, wide enough for sail, and see there?" He pointed to a cluster of buildings on the far bank, perhaps a mile downstream. "That's Sutton Bridge. Good-sized town, real docks, customs house and everything." "And yet," Holmes observed, "cargo could be unloaded here, in this isolated spot, and moved overland to avoid the customs inspection at the bridge." "Aye, could be done. There's a cart track that runs along the bank, used by farmers mostly. Get your goods off the boat here, load them on wagons, take them inland through farm country. Who's to notice one more cart carrying cargo?" Jacob turned the boat, beginning their return journey. Of course, that would require cooperation from the farmers who own the land, and someone to provide the wagons and guards to make sure nothing gets stolen, or that the cartmen don't decide to go into business for themselves. More complexity, more coordination, Watson said, which supports Holmes's theory about a sophisticated organisation. "It does," Holmes agreed, "but it also gives us more threads to pull. Every person involved is a potential weak point, a source of information. Someone knows who's organising this. Someone has seen the boats arrive at the coast, knows where they come from, who operates them. Someone inland knows where the goods end up, who buys them, how they're distributed." He settled back in the boat, looking satisfied despite the drizzle that had intensified during their exploration. "We have the route now. Tomorrow we begin identifying the people." The return journey was slower, as Jacob had predicted, working against the current and with fatigue beginning to set in. Watson found his thoughts drifting, lulled by the rhythmic motion of the boat and the endless landscape sliding past. He thought about the layers of history buried in this marsh. Roman roads and medieval buildings and Dutch engineering, all slowly sinking into the peat, becoming part of the eternal cycle of burial and preservation that characterised the fens. He thought about the people who lived here, generation after generation, making their living from this impossible landscape through fishing and fowling and, yes, smuggling. There was a certain poetry to it, he decided. The marsh that refused to be tamed, the people who refused to be conquered by either nature or law. As they approached Fen Brook, the light beginning to fail, and the drizzle finally becoming honest rain, Holmes spoke suddenly. "Watson, what would you say is the defining characteristic of this landscape?" Watson considered. "Isolation, harshness, the constant struggle between land and water." "All true, but I would say adaptability. The marsh adapts to each attempt to control it. Drainage schemes fail, but the marsh absorbs them, makes them part of itself. The people who live here adapt to the marsh. They build on stilts, they navigate by feel and memory. They find ways to survive that outsiders can't comprehend. And now we see that even illegal enterprise adapts, using the marsh's natural characteristics to evade law enforcement." "Where are you going with this?" Watson asked. "Simply that we must adapt as well. Traditional detective work won't suffice here. We can't simply arrest people and expect the operation to collapse. The marsh will protect its own, and the community will close ranks against outsiders." Holmes watched the village lights appear through the rain. "No, we need a more subtle approach. We need to understand the operation so thoroughly that we can dismantle it from within, or redirect it, or convince those involved that continuation is more costly than cessation." "You're talking about negotiation rather than enforcement." "I'm talking about effectiveness over principle. I could bring in the customs service tomorrow, make a dozen arrests, seize some cargo, and within a month the operation would resume under different leadership. Or worse, a more violent organisation would move in to fill the void." Holmes shook his head. "No, Watson. This requires thought, strategy, and yes, a certain willingness to compromise. The law is a tool, not a tyrant. Sometimes the best outcome is not perfect justice, but practical peace." They reached the dock as full darkness settled over the marsh. The drowned man glowed with welcoming light, and Watson had never been more grateful for the prospect of a fire and hot food and dry clothes. Inside, the evening crowd was gathering. Familiar faces now, people Watson had begun to recognise. Thomas Wicken and Samuel Holt, Robert Clement and young Peter Dorling, old Margaret in her chair by the fire, knitting something that might have been a scarf or might have been a noose. It was hard to tell with her. Arthur had a pot of stew ready, rich with vegetables and meat, and fresh bread that was still warm from the oven. They ate like men who'd been out in cold rain all day, which they had been, and the warmth and food gradually restored them to something approaching comfort. "Find what you were looking for?" Arthur asked, his usual careful neutrality in place. "We found the route," Holmes replied. "From here to the Nen, through ruins and forgotten channels. A remarkable piece of work, really. Whoever planned this knew the Marsh intimately." "Lots of folk know the Marsh," Arthur said. "Been living here for generations, most of them. Knowledge gets passed down, father to son, grandmother to grandchild. It's how we survive." "And how you thrive," Holmes added softly. "Because knowledge is power, and in the fens knowledge of water and channel and tide and weather is the ultimate power." The public house had gone quiet, conversation stopping as people listened to this exchange. Watson felt the tension building, the village once again deciding how much to trust these outsiders, what to reveal and what to protect. It was old Margaret who broke the silence, as she so often did. "You're a clever man, Mr. Holmes, clever enough to understand that the Marsh has its own laws, older than Parliament, older than kings, clever enough to know that sometimes the best solution isn't the obvious one." She set down her knitting and looked at him directly. "So I'll ask you plain. What do you intend to do with what you've learned?" Holmes met her gaze steadily. "I intend to prevent violence. I intend to ensure that what happened in 1847 doesn't happen again. Beyond that..." He paused. "Beyond that, I'm still deciding. But I promise you this. Whatever action I take will be calculated to do the least harm to the people of Fenbrook while stopping whatever larger operation is using your marsh and your people for its profit." Margaret studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Fair enough. You're honest, at least. More than most detectives would be. I try to be honest when possible," Holmes said. "It's simpler than deception, and often more effective." The tension eased, conversations resuming. But Watson noticed that people looked at Holmes differently now, with a kind of cautious respect perhaps, or at least a willingness to consider that he might be something other than a simple threat. Later, after the crowd had thinned and they'd retired to their rooms, Watson found Holmes at his window again, staring out into the rain-swept darkness. "Do you really not know what you'll do?" Watson asked. "Oh, I have several theories," Holmes replied, "but I need more information before I can commit to a course of action. Tomorrow I think we pay a visit to the manor house. Lord Fenbrook may know more than he said, and we should speak with Constable Baines. His failure last night was too convenient to be merely incompetence. You think he's taking bribes. I think he's either taking bribes or he's been warned off by someone with sufficient influence. Either way, his behaviour tells us something about who has power in this community." Holmes turned from the window. "The pattern is becoming clearer, Watson. A few more pieces, and we'll see the full picture." Outside, the rain fell steadily, washing the marsh, filling the channels, raising the tide. Somewhere in that darkness, goods were likely moving again, following the ancient waterways guided by knowledge older than law. But Holmes was patient, and Holmes was thorough, and in the end, Watson knew the Marsh would have to give up its secrets. Even the oldest secrets couldn't hide forever. Not from Sherlock Holmes. The rain had stopped by morning, leaving behind a world scrubbed clean and gleaming. Puddles reflected the sky like scattered mirrors, and the air had that particular clarity that comes after a storm, sharp enough to make breathing feel deliberate. Watson stood at his window, watching the village wake up, smoke rising from chimneys, doors opening, the ordinary machinery of daily life, resuming its familiar patterns. Holmes was already downstairs, Watson discovered, deep in conversation with a man Watson didn't recognise. The stranger was perhaps 50, well-dressed in the manner of successful merchants rather than gentry, good quality clothes that were practical rather than fashionable, boots that had seen actual use, hands that showed evidence of work despite their owner's obvious prosperity. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said as he descended. "May I introduce Mr. Edmund Blackwell? He owns the largest farm in the area and serves as magistrate for the district. Mr. Blackwell, my colleague Dr. John Watson." They shook hands, Blackwell's grip firm and assessing. His eyes were intelligent, carrying that particular shrewdness that comes from years of evaluating people and situations. "Mr. Holmes has been explaining his investigation," Blackwell said, his voice carrying the flattened vowels of Norfolk but with an educated overlay. "I must say I'm relieved to have someone taking this matter seriously. Constable Baines means well, but he's not suited to the complexities of the fens." "You're aware of the smuggling, then?" Watson asked. "My dear doctor, everyone is aware of the smuggling. We'd have to be blind and deaf not to be." Blackwell accepted a cup of tea from Arthur with a nod of thanks. "The question has never been whether it's happening, but what to do about it. And there, I confess, I've been uncertain." Holmes leaned forward with interest. "Uncertain how?" "Uncertain whether the cure might be worse than the disease." Blackwell settled into his chair with the comfort of a regular patron. "Let me be frank with you both. These are hard times in the fens. The land is difficult, the weather is harsh, and prices for agricultural goods have been depressed for nearly a decade. Many families survive on the margins, one bad harvest away from genuine hardship. If some of them supplement their income by, shall we say, facilitating the movement of untaxed goods, well, as a magistrate I should condemn it. As a neighbour who's watched children go hungry, I find it harder to judge harshly." "A pragmatic position," Holmes observed, "but one that becomes more complicated when the operation grows beyond local management." "Exactly." Blackwell set down his teacup with perhaps more force than necessary. "When it was just local lads moving the occasional cargo, I could look the other way. But in the past 6 months things have changed. There are strangers in the area, rough men from the coast, from London even. The boats that come through now are larger, more frequent, and there's been tension." "What kind of tension?" Watson asked. "Arguments in public houses, disagreements about payment, about territory. Nothing violent yet, but the potential is there. I can feel it building." Blackwell looked at Holmes directly. "That's why I'm speaking with you now, Mr. Holmes. Not to help you make arrests. Frankly, I care very little about the Crown's lost customs revenue. But because I fear we're heading toward the kind of violence that occurred in 1847. I'm old enough to remember the aftermath of that. 3 men dead, families torn apart, years of suspicion and fear. I won't see that happen again if I can prevent it." Holmes nodded slowly. "Tell me about the strangers." "When did they begin appearing?" "Around March, I'd say. Started with just 1 or 2. Men who claimed to be looking for work or visiting relatives or some other plausible excuse. But they stayed, and more came. They rent rooms in the outlying farms, keep to themselves mostly, but they're here for the smuggling, anyone can see that. Do you know who's organising them? Who's coordinating the larger operation?" Blackwell hesitated, and Watson saw the conflict playing across his face. The desire to help versus the instinct to protect his community. "I have suspicions," he finally said, "but no proof. And accusing someone without proof in a community this small." He shook his head. "That's dangerous in its own way." "Then let me share my own suspicions," Holmes said, "and you can confirm or deny them. The operation requires someone with capital to purchase initial cargo, connections to coastal suppliers, and intimate knowledge of the Marsh channels. It also requires someone respected enough in the community that local people will cooperate, or at least not interfere. That suggests someone who's risen from local origins but has acquired education and means, perhaps through business, perhaps through inheritance. Someone who understands both worlds, the marsh and the market." Blackwell's expression didn't change, but Watson saw something flicker in his eyes. Recognition, perhaps. "There are several people in the area who might fit that description," Blackwell said carefully, "including myself, if I'm being honest. I was born in a cottage much like any other in Fenbrook, but I had the good fortune of a patron who paid for my schooling. I learned agriculture and business, built up my holdings, and now I'm comfortable. The same story could be told of others." But you're the magistrate, Holmes pointed out, which either makes you the perfect cover for illegal activity or eliminates you from suspicion because the risk would be too great. And given that you've come to me seeking help rather than obstruction, I'm inclined to think the latter. I appreciate your confidence, Blackwell said dryly, though I'm not sure everyone in the village would share it. Who else then? Who has the combination of knowledge, means and motivation? Before Blackwell could answer, the door to the drowned man opened and Constable Baines entered, looking considerably more dishevelled than a representative of the law enforcement probably should. His uniform was mud-stained, his face showed evidence of a sleepless night, and his expression was one of barely suppressed frustration. "Mr. Holmes," he said, spotting the detective immediately, "I need to speak with you. Officially." "Of course, Constable. Please join us." Baines glanced at Blackwell and Arthur, clearly uncomfortable with the audience, but sat down anyway. "I understand you were out on the marsh night before last. Observing." "I was," Holmes confirmed. "As were you, I believe. I saw your lamp. Then you saw that I attempted to intercept illegal activity and was unsuccessful?" Baines's jaw tightened. "I don't appreciate being made to look foolish, Mr. Holmes. And I especially don't appreciate London detectives conducting investigations in my jurisdiction without informing me." "My apologies," Holmes said, though his tone suggested he wasn't particularly sorry. "I meant no disrespect. I was simply gathering information." "Information about what? About whom?" Baines leaned forward. "I've been trying to stop this smuggling for months. I've patrolled, I've investigated, I've questioned villagers, and I've gotten nowhere because no one will talk to me, no one will cooperate. Everyone suddenly becomes deaf and blind when I ask about boats or lights or cargo." "Perhaps," Holmes suggested gently, "that's because you're asking the wrong questions, or asking the right questions of the wrong people." "Then enlighten me," Baines snapped, "since you clearly think you know better." Holmes studied him for a moment, and Watson recognised that look. Holmes was deciding how much to reveal, how far to trust this man who was either incompetent or corrupt, and possibly both. "Constable, may I ask you a direct question? How much are you being paid to fail?" The silence that followed was absolute. Blackwell's teacup stopped halfway to his mouth. Arthur's eternal cloth paused mid-wipe, and Baines's face went through several colours before settling on an angry red. "That's a serious accusation," he said, his voice dangerously quiet. "It's a serious question," Holmes replied calmly. "Your approach 2 nights ago was announced well in advance. You came from the most obvious direction, made enough noise to alert anyone within half a mile, and gave up pursuit remarkably quickly. Either you're genuinely incompetent, which I doubt given your record in Suffolk, or you're being compensated to provide the appearance of enforcement without the substance." "I was doing my job in difficult conditions." "You were making a show," Holmes interrupted. "A show designed to satisfy your superiors in Norwich that you're taking action, while ensuring that no one actually gets caught. It's a clever compromise, really. The smugglers get to continue their operations, you get to keep your position and supplement your income, and everyone goes home happy. Except that it can't last." Baines stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. "I don't have to listen to this. I don't have to tolerate accusations from some London detective who thinks he knows everything after 3 days in the village." "Sit down, Baines," Blackwell said quietly, but with enough authority that the constable obeyed automatically. "Mr. Holmes, while I don't approve of your methods, I can't say your conclusions are entirely wrong. There have been questions about the constable's effectiveness." "I'm trying to keep the peace," Baines said, and for the first time Watson heard genuine distress in his voice. "Do you know what would happen if I actually succeeded in making arrests? Half the village would turn against me. Families would be torn apart. And for what? To recover customs duties on goods that people can't afford to buy legally anyway." "So you took money to look the other way," Holmes said, not unkindly. "I took money to survive in a posting where everyone hates me and no one cooperates. And yes, I made sure my enforcement efforts were calibrated to avoid actual confrontation." Baines rubbed his face with both hands. "But I never intended for it to grow this large. When I first arrived, It was small-time operations, local people, minimal cargo. I could justify my inaction as community policing, as understanding local customs. But now there are outsiders involved, Holmes finished. Now the stakes are higher, the operations more frequent, and the potential for violence much greater. And now you realise you can't control what you've allowed to flourish. Baines nodded miserably. I'm trapped. If I crack down now, I lose what little cooperation I have, and I probably get myself killed by the people I've been taking money from. If I continue as I have been, eventually something terrible will happen, and it will be my fault. Not entirely your fault, Blackwell said, surprising Watson with his gentleness. The situation existed before you arrived, and it would exist if you left. You're as much a victim of circumstances as anyone. Holmes stood and walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back, thinking. The room waited in silence, everyone understanding that something important was being decided. Very well, Holmes said finally, turning back to face them. Here's what we're going to do. Constable Baines, you're going to continue exactly as you have been, making periodic shows of enforcement that accomplish nothing. Mr. Blackwell, you're going to quietly spread word that I'm investigating the smuggling with intent to make arrests, and bring in outside law enforcement. Arthur, you're going to ensure that information reaches the people running the operation. What? Arthur said, startled into speaking. Why would I? Because you're the central hub of village communication, and because I suspect you know exactly who's organising this operation, even if you've never said so explicitly. Holmes's voice was matter-of-fact. You don't have to confirm it. Just make sure the right people hear that Sherlock Holmes is building a case and intends to shut down their operation permanently. What will that accomplish? Watson asked. Panic, Holmes replied simply. The people running this operation are clever and cautious. They've built their network slowly, carefully, with attention to secrecy and security. The last thing they want is attention from a London detective with connections to Scotland Yard. They'll either try to buy me off, threaten me off, or shut down operations temporarily until I leave. Any of those responses will tell us what we need to know about who's involved and how the organisation functions. And if they choose violence? Blackwell asked quietly. Then we'll be ready, Holmes said. Watson is armed and experienced in combat. I'm not entirely helpless myself, and we'll make sure we're never in positions of vulnerability. He turned to Baines. Can you send for additional constables? Quietly, without making it obvious. I can request support from Norwich, yes. Say I'm expecting trouble and need reinforcements. It happens sometimes during harvest season. Do so. Have them arrive within the week, but keep them in reserve. Their insurance, nothing more. Holmes began pacing, his mind clearly racing ahead. The key is to apply just enough pressure to force the operation into visibility without pushing so hard that violence becomes inevitable. We want them nervous, making mistakes, taking actions they wouldn't normally take. Then we observe those actions and identify the key players. Watson had to admire the strategy, even as he felt the familiar tightening in his chest that came before dangerous situations. Holmes was essentially painting a target on their backs, betting that the criminals would reveal themselves through their response. There's one other thing you should know, Blackwell said reluctantly, about who might be involved. There's a man named Silas Crowe. Came to the area about 5 years ago, bought the old Thornton farm near the coast. Claims to be interested in agricultural innovation, experimental crops. But his crops never seem to flourish, and he's made no effort to integrate into local society. He keeps to himself, receives frequent visitors, and is known to have substantial funds for reasons no one can quite explain. You suspect him? Holmes asked. I suspect he's involved in something other than farming. Whether that's smuggling or something else, I can't say. But his farm is positioned perfectly for receiving cargo from the coast and moving it inland. And he has the kind of wealth that doesn't come from failing crops. Holmes pulled out his notebook, making a quick entry. We'll pay Mr. Crowe a visit. Today, I think. Be careful, Blackwell warned. Crowe has hired men working for him. Guards, essentially, though he calls them farm hands. They're not local, and they're not friendly. L. Then we'll be appropriately cautious, Holmes assured him. After Blackwell and Baines departed, both looking troubled but also oddly relieved, as if sharing their burdens had lightened them. Watson turned to Holmes with concern. "You're deliberately provoking them, making yourself a threat." "I'm forcing their hand," Holmes corrected. "As long as they operate quietly, we can observe but never gather enough evidence for prosecution. But if they react to me, they expose themselves. It's basic tactical thinking, Watson. It's also dangerous." "Most effective strategies are." Holmes smiled, that sharp predatory expression Watson knew too well. "But I don't think they'll resort to violence immediately. First, they'll try negotiation, then intimidation, then bribery. Only if all else fails will they consider more extreme measures, and by then we'll have learned everything we need to know." They set out for Crow's farm after a quick lunch, borrowing horses from the stable behind the drowned man. The ride took them along the edge of the marsh, following raised embankments that served as roads when the weather was dry and as levees when it rained. The landscape here was subtly different from the deeper marsh. More farmland, fields struggling to produce crops in the recalcitrant fen soil, scattered cottages occupied by families who worked land that barely sustained them. Crow's farm was larger than its neighbours, a substantial stone house surrounded by outbuildings and enclosed by a well-maintained wall. As they approached, Watson noticed two men standing near the gate, ostensibly doing some kind of work but positioned perfectly to observe anyone arriving. "The guards Blackwell mentioned," Holmes murmured. "Not farmhands at all. Look at their bearing, their alertness. Those are men accustomed to security work." They stopped at the gate, and one of the men approached. He was young but hard-faced, with the kind of eyes that assessed threats automatically. "Help you, gentlemen." His accent was London, East End, nowhere near the fens. "We're here to see Mr. Crow," Holmes said pleasantly. "My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm investigating some matters in the area and hoped he might answer a few questions." The guard's expression didn't change, but Watson saw a flicker of something. Recognition, perhaps, or concern. "Mr. Crow doesn't see visitors without appointments." "Then perhaps you could tell him I'm here and let him decide whether to make an exception." A brief hesitation, then the guard nodded toward his companion, who turned and walked toward the house. They waited in silence, the guard never taking his eyes off them, Holmes seemingly unconcerned, Watson increasingly aware of the weight of his revolver in his coat pocket. After several minutes, the second guard returned with a man who could only be Silas Crow. He was perhaps 40, well-built, with a face that might have been handsome if it weren't so cold. His clothes were expensive but practical, and he moved with the confidence of someone accustomed to authority. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice educated but carrying an edge that suggested it hadn't always been so. "I know of you, of course. Your reputation precedes you. Though I'm surprised to find you in this remote corner of England." "I'm investigating a matter for a client," Holmes said, which was technically true if you counted investigating as serving the public interest. "I understand you're relatively new to the area. I thought you might have noticed things that long-time residents take for granted." Crow smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I've noticed many things, Mr. Holmes. The beauty of the landscape, the hardship of the people, the opportunities that exist for those with capital and imagination." He leaned against the gate, deliberately casual. "But I suspect you're not here to discuss agricultural innovation. You're here about the lights on the marsh, the boats that move in darkness, the cargo that appears and disappears like magic." "You're well informed," Holmes observed. "I make it my business to be informed." "Knowledge is valuable in any enterprise," Crow's smile widened slightly. "So let me save us both some time, Mr. Holmes. Yes, I'm aware of smuggling operations in the area. No, I'm not involved in them. Yes, I could probably identify the people who are if I chose to. And no, I'm not going to tell you anything useful." "Why not?" "Because I'm a businessman, not a reformer. The smuggling doesn't affect my interest one way or another. Why would I involve myself in affairs that don't concern me?" He straightened, the casual pose dropping. "But I'll give you some free advice, detective. The Fens have their own rules, their own way of handling things. Outsiders who try to impose London morality on this place tend to find themselves unwelcome, sometimes dangerously so." "Is that a threat?" Watson asked sharply. "It's a statement of fact," Crow replied. "I'm not threatening you, Dr. Watson." I'm simply observing that the marsh can be a hazardous place for those who don't understand its nature." Holmes studied him for a long moment. "Tell me, Mr. Crow, if you're not involved in the smuggling, what exactly are you involved in? Your crops certainly aren't profitable, and yet you maintain a substantial establishment with armed guards. That suggests income from sources other than agriculture." "My financial affairs are my own business." "Of course. But when those affairs intersect with criminal activity, they become matters of public interest." "Criminal activity?" Crow's expression hardened. "You're making accusations without evidence, Mr. Holmes." "That's dangerous. Slanderous, even." "I'm making observations based on visible facts. You're welcome to explain them differently if you wish." For a moment the two men stared at each other, and Watson felt the tension thicken. Then Crow laughed, a harsh bark of sound. "You've got nerve, I'll give you that. Most detectives would have taken the hint and moved along by now." He pushed away from the gate. "But I've said all I'm going to say. You're not welcome on my property, Mr. Holmes, and if you try to trespass, my men have instructions to remove you, forcibly, if necessary." "Understood," Holmes said pleasantly. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Crow. You've been most informative." They rode away, Watson waiting until they were well out of earshot before speaking. "Well, that was enlightening. He's clearly involved in something illegal, even if it's not the smuggling." "Oh, I think he's very much involved in the smuggling," Holmes said. "Did you notice his hands? Clean, manicured, but with calluses in specific places. The kind you get from handling rope, not from farm work. And his boots had dried salt stains, not mud. He's been on boats recently, Watson. Boats that travel in salt water." "So he's coordinating the coastal end of the operation?" "Possibly. Or he's providing something else. Capital, perhaps, or connections to buyers. But he's definitely part of the network." Holmes looked satisfied. "And now he knows I'm investigating, which means word will spread." The pressure begins to build. They returned to Fenbrook as afternoon faded toward evening, the autumn sun casting long shadows across the marsh. Watson found himself watching those shadows, wondering what moved within them, what plans were being made, what responses their investigation had triggered. That night, Holmes insisted they go out on the marsh again, this time with Samuel Holt as their guide. The lantern appeared on schedule, moving along its appointed route, but Watson thought he detected differences, more urgency in its movement, less time spent waiting for following boats. "They're nervous," Holmes observed quietly, moving faster, taking more risks. The pressure is working, but Watson couldn't shake the feeling that they were playing a dangerous game, one where the rules weren't entirely clear and the stakes kept rising. Somewhere in the darkness the marsh breathed its ancient breath, and somewhere in that darkness people were making decisions that would determine whether this ended in justice or violence. Watson checked his revolver just to be sure. The game was afoot, and the end game was approaching. 2 days passed in a kind of suspended tension, like the moment before a thunderstorm when the air itself seems to hold its breath. Watson felt it in the way conversation stopped when he entered rooms, in the glances exchanged between villagers, in the quality of silence that had settled over Fenbrook like morning mist. Holmes, predictably, seemed energized by it. He spent his time interviewing more villagers, studying his maps, making elaborate notes in his increasingly complex system of cross-references and annotations. He was building something, Watson knew, a structure of evidence and inference that would eventually collapse into a single, undeniable conclusion. But Watson also noticed other things. The way Jacob Marsh seemed to age before their eyes, worry carving deeper lines into his weathered face. The way old Margaret's knitting needles moved faster, more agitated, as if she could sense disaster approaching and was trying to outrace it. The way Arthur Pennywise's eternal table wiping became almost frantic, as if cleanliness could somehow protect against the chaos that was building. On the third morning, a boy arrived at the Drowned Man just after breakfast. He was perhaps 12, thin and quick, with the kind of face that suggested he'd grown up learning to be invisible when necessary. "Message for Mr. Holmes," he said, holding out a folded piece of paper sealed with wax. Holmes took it, examined the seal briefly, then broke it open. Watson watched his face as he read, seeing the slight narrowing of eyes that indicated interest, the faint smile that suggested pieces falling into place. "What is it?" Watson asked after the boy had scurried away. "A coin richer." "An invitation," Holmes said, handing over the paper, "or perhaps a summons. Someone wishes to meet with me tonight, at the old Wickham ruins, alone." Watson read the note. The handwriting was educated, careful, revealing nothing about its author beyond basic literacy and a certain precision of mind. The message was brief. "Mr. Holmes, we should speak. The ruins at midnight. Come alone if you wish answers. Bring others if you prefer continued ignorance." "You're not seriously considering going alone," Watson said flatly. "Of course not. But I'll appear to go alone, which is different." Holmes was already planning. Watson could see it in the way his fingers drummed against the table. "You'll follow at a distance, armed and ready. Samuel or Jacob can guide you to a position where you can observe without being seen. If there's trouble, you intervene. If not, you stay hidden and let the conversation proceed. And if it's a trap, then it's a remarkably polite trap, giving me advance notice and choosing a location I've already surveyed." Holmes folded the note carefully. "No, Watson. This isn't violence. This is negotiation. Someone wants to talk, wants to see if we can reach an accommodation. It's exactly what I've been hoping for. Hoping for someone to lure you into the marsh at midnight. Hoping for direct contact with someone high enough in the organisation to make meaningful decisions." Holmes stood, energised. "This is progress, Watson. Real progress." The day dragged with agonising slowness. Holmes continued his apparent investigation, speaking with villagers, making notes, maintaining the appearance of methodical detective work. But Watson could sense his impatience, the coiled energy waiting to spring into action. As evening approached, they made their preparations. Watson checked his revolver, ensuring each chamber held a cartridge, that the mechanism worked smoothly. He dressed in dark clothes, practical boots, layers against the night cold. Samuel Holt, when consulted, agreed to guide Watson to an observation position near the ruins. "You'll want to be there early," Samuel advised. "Get into position before either Mr. Holmes or whoever's meeting him arrives, and you'll want to stay downwind if possible. Sound carries across water, and scent carries too if the wind's right." They set out separately, Watson and Samuel leaving first in Samuel's boat, moving through the darkening marsh with the easy confidence of local knowledge. The moon was a thin crescent, providing barely enough light to distinguish water from land, and the stars were emerging one by one like distant witnesses. The ruins loomed out of the darkness gradually, their broken walls darker shadows against the general dark. Samuel brought the boat to rest perhaps 50 yards away, in a dense stand of reeds that provided both concealment and a clear view of the main structure. "I'll stay with the boat," Samuel whispered. "You go forward on foot. There's solid ground that way. Follows the old foundation line. You can get to within 20 yards of the ruins. Find a position behind that fallen wall section. Should be able to hear everything from there." Watson moved carefully, testing each step before committing his weight, feeling his way through darkness punctuated only by starlight. His leg ached. The old wound from Afghanistan always complained in cold, damp conditions, but he ignored it with the practice of years. He'd functioned through worse pain in far more dangerous situations. He found the position Samuel had described, a section of collapsed wall that created a kind of natural hide. From here, he had a clear view of the ruins' interior, where presumably Holmes and his mysterious contact would meet. He settled in to wait, his revolver held loosely in his hand, his breathing slow and controlled. Time became elastic in the darkness, stretching and compressing without reference to his pocket watch. Watson found his mind wandering, thinking about all the times he'd done this before, waiting in darkness for Holmes to spring whatever elaborate trap or plan he'd devised. Afghanistan had prepared him well for this, the long hours of vigilance interrupted by brief moments of violent action. Though hopefully tonight would involve more conversation than violence. A sound brought him alert. Footsteps, careful but not silent, approaching from the direction of the village. A figure emerged from the gloom. Holmes, unmistakable even in darkness by his lean silhouette and distinctive gait. He was carrying a shuttered lantern, which he set down in the centre of what had once been the building's floor, then stood waiting with his hands clasped behind his back in his typical posture of patient observation. Minutes passed. Watson's fingers tightened on his revolver as another sound reached him. Movement from the opposite direction, from deeper in the marsh. Another figure approaching, this one carrying their own light. As the figure drew closer, Watson felt a jolt of surprise. He'd been expecting Silas Crowe, or perhaps some rough coastal smuggler, someone obviously criminal. Instead, the person who stepped into the ruin's interior was Edmund Blackwell, the magistrate who'd come to them seeking help. Holmes didn't seem surprised. "Mr. Blackwell," he said calmly, "I rather thought it might be you." Blackwell set down his own lantern, the two lights creating a small island of illumination in the vast darkness. "Did you? Then you're as clever as they say." He sounded tired, Watson thought, worn down by something more than just physical exhaustion. "The clues were there, once I knew to look for them," Holmes said. "You know the Marsh intimately. You were born here, grew up here, know every channel and cut. You have the education and business acumen to organise a complex operation. You have the social position to coordinate activities without arousing suspicion. And most tellingly, you have the motivation." Motivation? "You care about these people," Holmes said simply. "You've watched them struggle, watched families barely survive, watched the younger generation leave because the land can't support them. And you've tried to help through legal means, better farming techniques, cooperative marketing arrangements, petitions to Parliament for relief. But none of it's been enough, has it?" Blackwell was silent for a long moment, his face unreadable in the lamplight. "No," he finally said. "None of it's been enough. Do you know what the survival rate is for fen farms, Mr. Holmes? Less than half make it through 5 years. Less than a quarter make it through 10. These are good people, hard-working people, and the land is slowly starving them. So you organised an alternative income source, smuggling on a scale large enough to make a real difference to local families." "I facilitated opportunities," Blackwell corrected. "I didn't force anyone to participate. I simply connected people who had boats with people who had cargo, people who knew channels with people who needed goods transported. I took a small percentage for coordination, but most of the profit went to the families doing the actual work." "A noble-sounding justification," Holmes observed, "but we both know it's more complicated than that. The operation has grown beyond local control. There are outside elements involved now, men like Silas Crowe, who care nothing for fen families and everything for profit." Blackwell's expression darkened. "Crowe is a mistake, one I've been trying to correct. Tell me about him, about how he became involved." Blackwell moved to sit on a section of wall that remained relatively intact, suddenly looking every one of his 50-some years. "It started small, like I said. Local operations, minimal cargo, just enough to supplement incomes. But word got out. These things always do. About 6 months ago, Crowe approached me, said he had coastal connections, could provide larger volumes of goods, better prices. I was hesitant. But the families needed more income, and his offer was compelling. So you agreed to expand. I agreed to a trial arrangement, a few shipments, see how it worked. But Crowe, he's not content with small-scale operations. He kept pushing for more cargo, more frequency, larger boats. He brought in his own people, men who don't care about the village or its customs, and he started talking about expanding into other areas, other goods." "What other goods?" Holmes asked sharply. "I don't know specifically. He's been cagey about it, but I suspect worse things than brandy and tobacco. Things I want no part of." Blackwell looked directly at Holmes. "That's why I came to you that morning? Not just because I feared violence, though I do, but because I've lost control of what I started, and I don't know how to stop it without destroying the very people I was trying to help." Holmes was quiet for a moment, thinking. Watson could almost see the calculations happening, the weighing of options and consequences. "Who carries the lantern?" Holmes asked. "Who actually guides the boats through the marsh?" different people on different nights, local men mostly who know the channels. Thomas Wickham does it sometimes, Jacob Marsh, young Peter Dorling. They rotate so no one person becomes too visible, too vulnerable. Blackwell's voice carried a note of pride despite the circumstances. They're good men, Mr. Holmes. They're not criminals by nature. They're just trying to survive. And yet they're committing crimes. Are they? Blackwell challenged. Who are they harming? The Crown's customs revenue, the same Crown that taxes these people into poverty, that provides no support when harvests fail, that treats the fens as nothing but a source of income to be extracted. There was passion in his voice now, real anger. I know the law, Mr. Holmes. I enforce it as magistrate. But I also know justice, and justice sometimes requires looking beyond the letter of the law to its spirit. A dangerous philosophy for a magistrate, Holmes observed. Perhaps. But answer me this. If you shut down this operation, arrest the people involved, what happens to the families who depend on that income? Where do they get money for seed, for repairs, for the 100 expenses that barely surviving farms require? What happens when the next bad harvest comes and there's no supplementary income to see them through? That's not my responsibility, Holmes said, but his voice lacked conviction. Isn't it? You came here to prevent harm. But harm comes in many forms, Mr. Holmes. Starvation is harm. Watching your children go hungry is harm. Being forced to abandon land your family has worked for generations. That's harm too. The two men stared at each other across the lamplight, and Watson realized he was watching something more than a confrontation between detective and criminal. This was a collision of principles, of competing ideas about justice and law and responsibility. What do you want from me? Holmes asked finally. I want your help removing Crow from the equation, Blackwell said bluntly. I want to return the operation to its original scale and scope. Local people, limited cargo, minimal risk. I want to protect the families who've come to depend on this income, while eliminating the elements that make it dangerous. You want me to help you continue breaking the law. I want you to help me prevent the violence that ended the 1847 operation. I want you to help me protect this community. Blackwell leaned forward intently. You said yourself you're not interested in prosecuting men who move untaxed tobacco. You said you want to prevent violence, to stop whatever outcome caused 3 deaths nearly 50 years ago. Well, here's your chance. Help me excise the cancer that's Silas Crow. Help me scale back the operation to sustainable levels. And I promise you there will be no violence, no escalation, no repetition of history. And if I refuse? If I insist on shutting down the entire operation, arresting everyone involved? Blackwell's expression was bleak. Then you'll tear this community apart. You'll make arrests, yes. Some people will go to jail. Families will be destroyed. And within 6 months a new operation will start up, probably run by someone worse than me, someone who won't have the community's interests at heart at all. The smuggling won't stop, Mr. Holmes. It never does. It's been happening in the fens for hundreds of years, and it will continue for hundreds more. The only question is whether it happens in a way that helps or hurts the people who live here. Holmes turned away, pacing the small space of the ruins, his shadow thrown large and distorted by the lamplight. Watson could see the tension in his shoulders, the internal battle between what the law demanded and what pragmatism suggested. Tell me about Crow, Holmes said finally. Everything. His operations, his connections, his vulnerabilities. If I'm going to consider this insane proposition, I need to understand exactly what we're dealing with. Relief flooded Blackwell's face. He runs his operations from the farm, but the real coordination happens at the coast. He has a warehouse in Sutton Bridge, ostensibly for agricultural storage, but actually for cargo processing. Ships come in from Holland, sometimes France, offload to smaller boats that can navigate the Marsh channels. The cargo moves through the network of ruins and transfer points to Crow's farm, then gets distributed to buyers across East Anglia. How much cargo are we talking about? In the past month? Perhaps 10 tons, maybe more. Brandy, gin, tobacco primarily. But I've heard rumours of other things. Opium, possibly. Stolen goods being moved for London fences. Things that go far beyond simple customs evasion. Holmes's expression darkened. Opium? You're certain? Not certain, but the rumours are persistent, and there have been indicators, strange sicknesses in some of the coastal villages, the kind of problems that opium trade brings with it. That changes everything, Holmes said quietly. Smuggling untaxed spirits is one thing. Facilitating opium distribution is quite another. That's real harm, Blackwell. That's not just abstract injury to the Crown's revenue. That's poison being spread through communities, lives being destroyed. Which is exactly why I want Crow gone, Blackwell said urgently. The local operation, the one I organised, never touched anything like that. Simple goods, simple transactions, clean profit that went to people who needed it. Crow has corrupted that, turned it into something ugly. Help me end his involvement, and we can return to the original model. Holmes was silent for several long minutes, and in that silence Watson could hear the marsh breathing, the rustle of reeds, the lap of water, the distant call of a night bird. The ancient landscape indifferent to human concerns, patient as only earth and water can be patient. Very well, Holmes said finally. Here's my proposition. I will help you remove Crow from the operation. I will even agree to overlook the continuation of small-scale smuggling, provided it remains truly small-scale and involves nothing more dangerous than untaxed spirits. But in exchange, I need several things. Name them, Blackwell said. First, complete transparency. I need to know every person involved, every route used, every transaction conducted. No secrets, no surprises. Second, a gradual reduction in operations over the next year. I understand you can't stop immediately without causing hardship, but this can't continue indefinitely. Third, you work with me to develop legitimate alternatives, cooperative arrangements, new crops, whatever it takes to reduce dependence on illegal income. And fourth, if there's even a hint of violence, even a suggestion of harm to innocents, I shut everything down and make arrests regardless of the consequences. Agreed? Blackwell stood, extending his hand. Agreed. They shook, and Watson felt a strange mixture of relief and unease. Holmes had just agreed to become complicit in criminal activity, to deliberately ignore violations of law in service of what he judged to be a greater good. It was pragmatic, probably wise, and completely contrary to everything Watson thought he knew about how justice was supposed to work. Now, Holmes said, all business. Tell me about Crow's security, his routines, his vulnerabilities. If we're going to remove him, we need to do it in a way that's both effective and deniable. I have no intention of being charged with assault or worse. They talked for another hour, Blackwell providing detailed information about Crow's operations, his hired men, his patterns of movement. Holmes asked sharp questions, probing for weaknesses, building a mental model of the enemy they faced. Watson, listening from his hiding place, found himself impressed despite his misgivings. Whatever Holmes was planning, it would be thorough. Finally, Blackwell prepared to leave. How will you proceed? He asked. I need to gather more evidence about the opium if it exists. That gives us leverage. The threat of involving not just local authorities, but the Home Office. Opium smuggling is treated far more seriously than spirits. Once I have that evidence, I approach Crow with a choice. Leave voluntarily, or face prosecution for drug trafficking. Most criminals, when given such a choice, choose self-preservation over stubbornness. And if he doesn't, then we make his continued presence so uncomfortable, so costly, so dangerous that he decides leaving is the better option. Holmes's smile was sharp. I can be quite creative when necessary, Mr. Blackwell. After Blackwell departed, Holmes waited several minutes before calling out softly, You can emerge now, Watson. I know you're there. Watson stood stiffly, his leg protesting the long period of immobility, and walked into the lamplight. You knew I was following. Of course. Did you think I'd actually come alone? Holmes began gathering his things. What did you think of our conversation? I think you've just agreed to become an accessory to criminal activity, Watson said bluntly. I think you've crossed a line that most detectives would refuse to cross. Most detectives have the luxury of simple situations, Holmes replied. Black and white morality, clear victims and villains. This is neither simple nor clear. It's a web of competing needs and impossible choices. I could enforce the law perfectly, make arrests, claim victory, and in doing so, I would cause more harm than I prevented. So you're choosing the lesser evil? I'm choosing the option that produces the best outcome for the most people while still stopping genuine harm. The opium must end. On that, there's no compromise. But the small-scale smuggling that helps families survive, that's a judgment call, Watson, and I've chosen to prioritise human welfare over legal purity. Holmes looked at him directly. Do you disagree? Watson thought about the faces he'd seen in Fenbrook. Thomas Wiccan with his gnarled hands and quiet dignity, old Margaret with her sharp eyes and sharper understanding, young Peter Dorling with his restless energy and uncertain future, families struggling to survive in a landscape that fought them at every turn. No, he said finally, I don't disagree. I'm just adjusting to this version of justice. Justice isn't always what we wish it to be, Holmes said quietly. Sometimes it's simply the least bad option among many bad choices. He picked up his lantern. Come on, we have work to do. Tomorrow we begin gathering evidence against Crow, and then we see if he's smart enough to take the exit we're offering him. They made their way back to where Samuel waited with the boat, the marsh closing around them in its eternal embrace. Overhead the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, indifferent to human struggles, to questions of law and justice, and the impossible choices that came with both. Watson thought about what Holmes had said, about lesser evils and best outcomes. He thought about his time in Afghanistan, where moral clarity had been even more elusive than here. He thought about all the times he'd watched Holmes bend rules, ignore procedures, prioritise outcomes over process. Maybe this was who Holmes had always been. Not a servant of law, but a servant of justice, which was a subtly but profoundly different thing. Law was rigid, uncompromising, the same for everyone regardless of circumstances. Justice was flexible, contextual, recognising that identical actions could have vastly different moral weights depending on situation and intent. You're very quiet, Holmes observed as they climbed into the boat. Just thinking, Watson replied, about justice and law and the space between them. Ah, Holmes said, the eternal question. Which serves humanity better? The strict application of rules or the wise application of judgment? And you've decided on judgment. I've decided that blind adherence to law, when it causes more harm than good, is not justice but bureaucracy. Holmes settled into the boat as Samuel began to pole them through the darkness. The law serves humanity, Watson, not the other way around. When we forget that, when we prioritise legal purity over human welfare, we become something less than just. The village lights appeared gradually through the mist, warm and welcoming. The Drowned Man would still be open, Watson knew, and there would be tea and perhaps something stronger, and the comfort of a fire against the marsh cold. But more than that, there would be the satisfaction of having made a choice. Not an easy choice, not an entirely comfortable choice, but a choice that prioritised people over principles, outcomes over optics. Holmes had agreed to help criminals continue their crimes, in service of stopping greater crimes and preventing genuine harm. It was messy and complicated and morally ambiguous. In other words, Watson thought, it was exactly the kind of justice the real world required, as opposed to the tidy justice of storybooks and legal theory. The lantern-bearer had been identified, the network had been mapped, the path forward was clear, even if it wasn't entirely straight. Tomorrow, they would begin the endgame. Tonight, they would rest. And the marsh would continue its eternal rhythm, holding its secrets, sheltering its people, indifferent to human notions of right and wrong. As it always had, as it always would. The dawn came soft and golden, the kind of autumn morning that makes even the harshest landscape seem gentle. Watson stood at his window watching mist burn away under the patient attention of the rising sun, and found himself thinking about endings, how they were rarely as clean or complete as one might wish, how they often carried the seeds of new beginnings within them. Holmes had been up for hours already, Watson knew without checking. He'd heard him moving about in the early darkness, that restless energy that always preceded the final moves of a case. When Watson finally descended to the common room, he found Holmes at their usual table, surrounded not by maps this time, but by letters, some written, some received, all part of whatever elaborate scheme he'd constructed overnight. "Good morning, Watson," Holmes said without looking up. "Tea is fresh, and Arthur has promised us a proper breakfast. We'll need our strength today. We're moving against Crow." "We are. But first we're gathering the final piece of evidence." Holmes sealed one of his letters with wax, marked the address in his precise hand. "I've sent word to contacts in London and Norwich. By this afternoon, we'll know definitively whether Crow is involved in opium distribution. Once we have that confirmation, we have leverage sufficient to force his departure. And if the confirmation doesn't come..." Holmes finally looked up and Watson saw the cold certainty in his eyes. "It will come. I know what to look for, Watson. I've investigated enough drug operations to recognise the patterns. Crow is involved. The question is merely one of documentation." Breakfast arrived, eggs and bacon, bread still warm from the oven, butter and jam, tea strong enough to stand a spoon in. They ate in companionable silence, the morning routine of the drowned man flowing around them, villagers coming in for their own breakfasts, conversations flowing in the soft Norfolk vowels Watson had come to find oddly comforting. Thomas Wickham stopped by their table, hat in hand, his weathered face anxious. "Mr. Holmes, I heard, that is, word is that you've spoken with Mr. Blackwell." "I have," Holmes confirmed. "And?" Thomas couldn't quite hide his worry. "What's to become of things?" "Things will continue," Holmes said carefully, aware of listening ears, "but in a more limited fashion, and without certain problematic elements. You and yours need not worry, Thomas. Your livelihood is not threatened." The relief on the old fisherman's face was palpable. That's good to hear, sir. Very good." He hesitated, then added quietly, "Some of us, we were worried you'd come here to destroy what little we've managed to build. Good to know you're not that kind of man." After he left, Watson leaned forward. "He carries the lantern sometimes, doesn't he? That's why he was so worried." "Most likely, though I've made it clear I don't need to know the specific details of who does what. Plausible deniability, Watson. It protects everyone, including us." Holmes finished his tea. "The goal isn't to punish individuals for trying to survive. The goal is to remove the elements that turn survival into exploitation, that corrupt necessity into greed." The morning passed in a kind of suspended anticipation. Holmes sent more letters, received replies, made careful notes in his ever-present notebook. Watson read the newspapers Arthur kept. Week-old London papers, their news already stale but their familiar format comforting nonetheless. The world continued beyond the fens, oblivious to the small dramas playing out in this remote corner of England. Around noon, a telegram arrived. Holmes read it, his expression shifting from interest to satisfaction to something darker. "There it is," he said softly. "Confirmation from Norwich. 3 cases of opium overdose in coastal villages over the past 2 months. 2 deaths. The survivors, when questioned, admitted purchasing the drug from men connected to Crow's operation." Watson felt a chill despite the room's warmth. 2 deaths. That's murder, Holmes, however indirectly. "That's leverage," Holmes corrected, though his voice carried its own cold anger. "That's the evidence that makes Crow's position untenable. No magistrate, no matter how sympathetic to local concerns, could ignore deaths from drug trafficking. This gives us everything we need." He stood decisively. "Time to pay Mr. Crow another visit. This time with information he can't dismiss or threaten away." They rode out to Crow's farm under a sky that had turned grey again, autumn reasserting itself after the morning's false promise of warmth. The same guards were at the gate, and this time their reception was even less welcoming. "Mr. Crow said you're not welcome here," the lead guard stated flatly. "Turn around." "Tell Mr. Crow that I have information about opium deaths in coastal villages," Holmes said pleasantly. "Tell him I have documentation connecting those deaths to his operation. And tell him that he has exactly 5 minutes to decide whether he wants to discuss this privately with me or with the Home Office investigators I can have here within 2 days." The guard's expression shifted. Surprise, then concern. then calculation. "Wait here," he said curtly and hurried toward the house. They waited in silence, Watson acutely aware of the second guard's hostile attention, his hand resting conspicuously near a cudgel hanging from his belt. But Holmes seemed unconcerned, sitting easily in his saddle, his gaze wandering across the farm with apparent casual interest. Crow emerged after perhaps 3 minutes, his face a carefully controlled mask, but his movements carrying an edge of tension that hadn't been there before. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice tight, "you're making serious accusations." "I'm stating documented facts," Holmes replied. 2 deaths from opium overdose in the past 2 months. 3 more cases that survived but required medical intervention, all involving opium traced back to your distribution network. I have names, dates, witness statements. I have enough to bring charges that would see you hanged, Mr. Crow. Opium trafficking resulting in death. The courts take that very seriously. For a long moment, Crow said nothing, his mind clearly racing through options and outcomes. Then he jerked his head toward the house. "Inside. We'll talk privately." They dismounted and followed him into a parlour that spoke of money but not taste, expensive furniture arranged without artistry, paintings chosen for cost rather than beauty, everything calculated to impress rather than comfort. Crow dismissed his men with a curt gesture, closed the door and turned to face Holmes with barely controlled fury. "How much?" he asked bluntly. "Excuse me?" "How much to make this go away?" "Everyone has a price, Mr. Holmes, even famous detectives. Name yours." Holmes's smile was cold and sharp. "You misunderstand the situation, Mr. Crow. I'm not here to be bought. I'm here to give you a choice. One choice offered once, with consequences for refusal that I think you'll find quite unpleasant." "What choice?" "Leave. Sell this farm, shut down your operations, disappear from East Anglia entirely. Do so within 2 weeks, and I never file my report with the authorities. The evidence I've gathered remains private, and you get to walk away with whatever profits you've accumulated. It's more, generous than you deserve, given you've contributed to 2 deaths. But I'm feeling pragmatic." Crow's laugh was harsh. "You expect me to abandon a profitable operation because you wave some papers at me? I have protection, Mr. Holmes. Connections. People in positions of authority who benefit from my enterprise. You have Constable Baines, who's already agreed to cooperate with my investigation. You have local magistrate Blackwell, who's even now preparing to revoke your lease on grounds of illegal activity. And you have some minor customs officials who accept bribes, who will scatter like rats the moment Home Office investigators arrive." Holmes's voice was calm, factual, devastating. "Your connections are tissue paper thin, Mr. Crow. One strong wind and they vanish. You're bluffing. Watson, would you mind showing Mr. Crow the telegram from the Home Office?" Watson produced the paper from his coat pocket, handed it over. Crow read it, his face paling as he absorbed the content. Confirmation that Holmes's report had been received, that investigators were standing by pending final word, that the Home Office was taking the matter seriously. "This is—" Crow's hand holding the telegram trembled slightly. "This is extortion." "This is mercy," Holmes corrected. "I could have simply filed my report and let justice take its course. You'd be in custody now, facing trial, likely hanging. Instead, I'm offering you exile. Take it, Mr. Crow. Take it and count yourself fortunate that I'm more interested in stopping harm than punishing you." The silence stretched, broken only by the ticking of an expensive clock on the mantelpiece. Watson watched Crow's face cycle through emotions. Anger, fear, calculation, resignation. The man was defeated, and he knew it. The only question was whether he'd accept defeat gracefully or fight pointlessly. 2 weeks, Crow finally said, his voice hollow. "You're giving me 2 weeks. 14 days to settle your affairs, dispose of the property, and remove yourself from the region. On the 15th day, if you're still here, I file my report and let events unfold." Holmes stood, preparing to leave. "I strongly suggest you don't test my resolve on this matter, Mr. Crow. I'm not given to making empty threats." They left him standing in his expensive, tasteless parlour, a man who'd built an empire of sorts and watched it crumble in minutes. Outside, Watson took a deep breath of the cold air, feeling oddly cleansed by it. "He'll leave," Watson said with certainty. "Of course he will. He's a pragmatist, not fanatic. He'll cut his losses, move his operations to some other unfortunate community, and continue making money from human weakness and desperation. Holmes mounted his horse with a fluid motion. But he won't be doing it here, and that's what matters. We can't save the world, Watson. We can only save the small corner of it we're in. They rode back to Fenbrook through the grey afternoon, and Watson found himself thinking about that statement. The admission of limitation, the acceptance that justice was always incomplete, always compromised by practicality and human nature. It wasn't the kind of thing they taught at school, wasn't the kind of morality that made for inspiring stories. But it was, he was beginning to understand, the only kind of justice that actually worked in the messy reality of human affairs. At the Drowned Man, they found Edmund Blackwell waiting, his face anxious. "Well?" he asked as soon as they entered. "It's done," Holmes said. "Crow has agreed to leave within 2 weeks. The opium distribution will end, the outside elements will depart, and your local operation can return to its original scope." Blackwell's relief was profound. "Thank God. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I know you've compromised your principles to help us." "I've compromised legal purity," Holmes corrected. "My principles remain intact. Those principles include minimizing harm, protecting the vulnerable, and recognizing that law is a tool, not a tyrant. Everything I've done here serves those principles, even if it doesn't serve the letter of every statute." Over the next week, Watson watched as Crow's operation was dismantled. The guards departed first, slinking away like rats abandoning a sinking ship. Then the farm was listed for sale, an advertisement appearing in the Norwich papers. Crow himself was seen less and less frequently, and the few times Watson glimpsed him, the man looked diminished, his arrogance replaced by sullen acceptance. The smuggling continued, but at a reduced scale that Holmes and Blackwell had agreed upon. The lantern still appeared on certain nights, still guided boats through forgotten channels, but less frequently now and always with local crews, local organisation. It was, Watson supposed, still illegal, but it was also sustainable, relatively harmless, and genuinely helpful to families who needed the income. On their final evening, in Fenbrook, the Drowned Man hosted what amounted to a farewell gathering. Not formal, not announced, just the gradual accumulation of villagers who wanted to see off the London detective and his companion. Thomas Wicken was there, and Jacob Marsh, Samuel Holt, and young Peter Dorling. Old Margaret in her chair by the fire, knitting needles clicking their eternal rhythm. Arthur behind his bar, wiping the same spot he'd been wiping since they arrived. "You'll be missed," Thomas said, raising his glass. "Strange thing to say to a detective, I suppose. Usually people are glad to see the back of you lot, but you've been fair, more than fair." "I've been practical," Holmes replied, "and I've been fortunate to work with people who want to do right by their community, even when that means doing things that aren't strictly legal." "Will you come back?" Peter asked. "Check on us, like?" "Perhaps," Holmes said, "though I suspect you won't need checking. You have good leadership in Mr. Blackwell, and you have each other. The Fens take care of their own. You've made that abundantly clear." Old Margaret spoke up from her chair, not looking up from her knitting. "The lantern will dance again, Mr. Holmes. Maybe not as bright, maybe not as often, but it will dance. The Marsh has its ways, and those ways are older than laws, older than customs officers, older than detectives from London." "I know," Holmes said softly, "and I'm content with that. Some lights are meant to guide rather than warn. Some lights serve a purpose that transcends legal definitions. Let it dance, Margaret. Let it guide those who need guiding. Just keep it small, keep it safe, and keep it serving the people who need it most." She nodded, satisfied, her needles never pausing. Later, as the gathering wound down and villagers departed into the autumn night, Watson found himself at the window one last time, looking out across the marsh. The moon was fuller now, casting silver light across the reeds and water, making the landscape look almost magical. He could see, in the distance, a small light moving slowly across the darkness. The lantern, dancing its ancient dance, following paths that existed more in memory than reality. "Romantic, isn't it?" Holmes said, joining him at the window. the light moving through darkness, guiding those who would otherwise be lost, like a will-o'-the-wisp, but one with purpose beyond deception. "You're in an unusually poetic mood," Watson observed. "The Fens do that to you, I think. Make you see patterns, connections, the way things fit together across time and space. This landscape has been guiding people for thousands of years. Roman legions, medieval monks, Dutch engineers, local families just trying to survive. We're just the latest in that long line, adding our small contribution to the pattern. And our contribution is selective law enforcement," Holmes smiled. "Our contribution is understanding that justice doesn't always align with law, and having the courage to prioritise the former over the latter when circumstances warrant. Not an easy choice, Watson. Not a comfortable one, but the right one, I believe." They stood in silence, watching the distant light move and fade, a rhythm as old as the marsh itself. Watson thought about all they'd learned here, all they'd done. They'd solved the mystery of the lantern, traced the smuggling operation, identified the key players, and then, rather than enforcing law blindly, they'd made choices, difficult, morally ambiguous choices, that prioritised human welfare over legal purity. "Will this haunt you?" Watson asked. "This compromise? Years from now, will you wonder if you made the right choice?" Holmes considered the question seriously. "I don't think so. I'll remember it as a case where I had to balance competing goods and choose the least bad option. That's not failure, Watson. That's wisdom. Or at least it's the closest to wisdom that human beings in imperfect circumstances can achieve." The next morning they departed Fen Brook on the same cart that had brought them, their bags packed, their business concluded. The village turned out to see them off. Not everyone, but enough to make the gesture meaningful. Hands were shaken, gratitude expressed in the understated way of Fen folk, promises made to stay in touch that both sides knew would likely not be kept. As the cart pulled away, Watson looked back one last time. The village was already resuming its ordinary rhythms, smoke rising from chimneys, doors opening and closing, life continuing as it had for centuries and would for centuries more. The marsh spread out around it, patient and eternal, holding its secrets, sheltering its people. "Will it work?" Watson asked. "The arrangement you made? Or will it all fall apart the moment we're gone?" "It might fall apart," Holmes admitted. "Human arrangements are fragile things. But I think it has a chance. Blackwell is committed, the community is invested, and with Crow gone, the corrupting influences have been removed. It won't be perfect. Nothing human ever is. But it might be sustainable. And sustainability, Watson, is sometimes the best we can hope for." The journey back to London took most of the day. The cart to the railway station, the train through increasingly urban landscapes, the gradual return to civilization as they understood it. Watson found himself oddly reluctant to return, to trade the simplicity of fen life for the complexity of the city. There was something clarifying about being in a place where survival was precarious, where community mattered more than law, where ancient patterns still governed modern behaviour. But London welcomed them back with its familiar chaos, the noise and smoke and endless churning humanity that was both exhausting and energising. Their rooms at Baker Street were exactly as they'd left them, preserved in amber while they'd been away. Mrs. Hudson fussed over them, providing tea and sympathy and subtle interrogation about their activities. That evening, as they settled into their usual chairs by the fire, Watson pulled out his notebook. "Will you write up this case?" he asked. "Add it to your records?" Holmes was quiet for a moment, staring into the flames. "I don't think so. It's not the kind of case that reflects well on anyone. Not on me, not on the people involved, not on British law enforcement generally. Better to let it remain private, a memory rather than a record." "And yet it was one of your most successful cases," Watson argued. "You prevented violence, removed a criminal element, protected a vulnerable community. Those are victories, Holmes, even if they were achieved through unconventional means." "Perhaps you should write it up then," Holmes suggested. "Not for publication, but for your own records." Future historians might find it instructive to know that the famous Sherlock Holmes wasn't always a rigid enforcer of law, that sometimes he chose practical mercy over legal purity. So Watson did write it up, though he titled it carefully, The Lantern of the Marsh, and he made sure to change enough details to protect the innocent and the technically guilty alike. He wrote about the mysterious light that danced across the fens, about the smuggling operation that helped families survive, about the choice Holmes made to prioritise human welfare over legal compliance. He wrote about Edmund Blackwell, magistrate and smuggling coordinator who cared more about his community than his reputation, about Thomas Wickham and Jacob Marsh and all the others who carried the lantern through darkness, guiding boats not to destruction but to survival, about Silas Crowe, who represented everything that was wrong with organised crime, greed without conscience, profit without concern for human cost. And he wrote about Holmes, the great detective who proved that greatness sometimes lay not in rigid adherence to principle, but in the wisdom to know when principles needed to bend to accommodate reality. Years later, Watson would look back on the case of the lantern with mixed feelings. It wasn't his favourite story, too morally murky, too lacking in clear heroes and villains. But it was, he came to believe, one of the most important cases he and Holmes ever worked, because it demonstrated something essential about justice, that it wasn't a fixed star to navigate by, but a complex calculation that had to account for circumstances, intentions and consequences. The law said smuggling was wrong, period. Holmes said smuggling might be wrong in principle, but right in context that human welfare sometimes trumped legal compliance, that justice required more wisdom than law provided. And in the end, wasn't that the kind of justice worth pursuing? Not the easy kind that came from rulebooks and legal codes, but the hard kind that required thinking and empathy, and the courage to choose what was right over what was merely legal. The lantern still danced in the fens, Watson assumed, still guided boats through forgotten channels, still helped families survive another season. It was small and illegal, and, in its own way, beautiful. A light in darkness that served needs deeper than law could acknowledge or satisfy. Let it dance, old Margaret had said, and so it did. And so it would, Watson suspected, for as long as the marsh endured and people needed guidance through its treacherous waters. Some lights were meant to guide, some secrets were worth keeping, some justice couldn't be found in law books, and sometimes the great detective chose mercy over judgment, understanding over enforcement, practical wisdom over principled rigidity. Those were the cases that stayed with you, Watson thought. The ones where right and wrong blurred together, where the best choice was still complicated, where victory felt more like acceptance than triumph. The lantern of the marsh, still burning, still guiding, still dancing its ancient dance between law and justice, between survival and principle, between what was written and what was right. And that, Watson decided, was as it should be. The world needed lights in darkness, even if those lights weren't entirely legal, especially if they weren't. Because sometimes the most important light was the one that guided people home, even if the path wasn't strictly authorized, even if the journey bent the rules, even if justice required looking the other way. The lantern burned, the marsh endured, and Holmes, in his wisdom, had chosen to let both continue. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was, Watson thought with satisfaction, exactly right.